president comes in. Yeah. Hmm? Hey, allez, be sec. Allez, pas sec. You okay? Allez. Mon allez, we look sick. À cause des poussières. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this important event where we bring together leaders, experts, and stakeholders from across the tuna industry and beyond. My name is Stephanie Radegon, and I have the honor of being your Master of Ceremony for today. Before we begin our journey to today's exciting program, let's set the tone with a special visual presentation.
The sea has provided food for humans since the dawn of time. Its abundant resources leading to the rise of great civilizations. Today, the ocean is the main source of sustenance for half of the world's population. Nearly 4 billion people depend on its incredible diversity and abundance in order to survive. In recent decades, pollution, global warming, and overfishing have pushed the planet's natural surpluses to the very limit. Aware of increasing pressures on marine resources, the international community has put policies in place to protect those species and ecosystems that are most affected. Thanks to much hard work, many of these have been recovered, although efforts must continue to ensure the preservation of resources in the long term. But do we even know where one of the world's most widely consumed foods comes from? About 1,800 purse seine fishing vessels are outworking the seas. The most advanced fleet operates in the Western Indian Ocean and is made up of 45 European ships. The Chasjori is one of them. On board, 33 men fight the odds and the elements on an epic odyssey, with the goal of filling the ship's hold as quickly as possible.
Las mareas dependen siempre de la pesca. Puede ser una marea de 15 días, que puedes cargar el barco si hay pescado, y puedes estar un mes y no completar el barco. Txatxori trabaja durante todo el año porque el barco no para, siempre hacemos relevos. Cada 2 meses se cambia media tripulación. Se cambia media tripulación, viene otros y otros vuelven y el barco nunca para. Las salidas son cada vez un poquito más duras, porque ahora ya los críos también están un poquito ya crecidos y ya preguntan también, a ver, ¿por qué tú te tienes que ir tanto tiempo fuera? Y le explicas un poquito, pues, el oficio de Aita pues es diferente, se tiene que ir lejos para poder pescar y pues para poder hacer nuestra vida. Yo me gano la vida en un atunero. Aparte hacemos aquí la mitad de nuestra vida. Es como si fuese una familia, no es una familia de sangre, pero esto es un equipo, entonces pues... igual puede ser también una familia. A mí la pesca me gusta. He empezado desde los 16 años a la pesca y pues no sé si sabría hacer otra cosa. No sé, todo es probar, pero yo creo que no cambio. Antes de salir ya coges una información, tienes a algún compañero en la mar. Pues llamas, le dices a ver qué tal va la pesca por esa zona, o si esa zona es buena para ir o no. Luego, pues, la información que te da tu compañero, la información que tienes tú aquí en tus boyas y luego tu criterio, pues luego la decisión es tuya salir hacia dónde, pues hacia una parte o la otra. La tripulación de Txatxori pues cuenta con, de estos momentos, 31 tripulantes y luego 2 miembros de seguridad. Por eso de lo de los ataques de piratas y demás.
Que el patrón considera que es el momento ideal, que haríamos la paga, entonces el barco realiza lo que es el cerco y con un poquito de suerte, pues ando fino, pues el pescado queda dentro. Esto está dentro. Está aquí, Supuestamente ya sabemos que está dentro del pescado. Poco a poco se va abriendo la red, dependiendo de las condiciones climatológicas. Si hay mucha corriente, hay mucho viento, pues hasta que realizamos lo que es lo que llaman el saco, que es donde ya todo ese pescado queda concentrado. El tamaño de esta especie, en concreto el yellowfin o el bigeye, que le llamamos el batudo, pues puede llegar a tamaños de 70 kilos, 80 kilos, pero generalmente el más apreciado es el de tamaño superior a 10 kilos, que es el que a nosotros nos interesa coger. Yo, desde que llevo el Océano Índico, que llevo desde el año 2017, la regularización de la pesca se ha notado, porque al final es importante, pero yo realmente no he notado descenso en pesca durante los años. Y al final los cupos los hemos hecho, y bueno, hay años en los que igual, dependiendo de las condiciones meteorológicas, se pesca menos o más, pero yo no he notado que no se encuentre una especie de pescado o que esté en peligro.
Despite the fact that illegal dark fleets continue to exert pressure on fishing grounds and are responsible for the overfishing of some tuna species, more than 85% of the tuna marketed worldwide comes from stocks with healthy levels. Yellowfin tuna is the most highly valued species, but it is skipjack tuna that is fished in the greatest quantities due to its high populations in the three main oceans. Its population levels are thriving throughout the world, and it is the third most caught species, clocking in at 2.8 million tons. The Seychelles returns to port with its hold full to unload and to take on fresh supplies. In a matter of days, it will head back out. Its catch has already been sold in its entirety. It's the ship's owner who handles this, placing the goods on the market while the ship makes its way home. The many port activities activities around a tuna fleet, as well as the canning industry, generate millions of jobs at the home port. As a consequence, many others are created in production and distribution. The most of every single part of the tuna. As soon as it reaches the plant, it's classified, thawed, and processed into a variety of products. The heads and bones are ground up and boiled to make oil, fertilizer, and animal feed. The skin provides the collagen that is found in many of the cosmetics and pharmaceuticals we use on a daily basis. And naturally, the highly prized loins are can. This product is consumed by millions of people on every level of society who value its nutritional properties and affordable price. Grocery store the world over features cans of tuna fish, which are sold for an average price of €1.17. But the true cost, everything that can stands for, goes far beyond the price on display in the supermarket. As in ancient times, this consumer product has become a vital resource for humanity. And now, more than ever, we cannot afford to squander it. An increase in overfishing has made it necessary to implement management measures for the protection of tropical tuna populations. These include, among others, the reduction of fishing quotas, the creation and subsequent monitoring of restricted areas, and the regulation of FADs. Unfortunately, these efforts are being threatened by the illicit fishing trade, which operates outside the law, although bit by bit, the international community is managing to close the loop. There is still work to do before this important primary sector industry is totally sustainable. According to the United Nations, the fishing sector is responsible for about 10% of marine plastic pollution, 90% of which is of land-based origin. Tuna purse seine nets are not usually lost at sea, and the purse seine fleet is promoting the recycling of nets once they are replaced.
There is an opportunity to take these nets or take the resource and put it back into the economy. We started with the nets and looking for partners globally who can receive these nets and process the nets to make them into virgin yarn, into new nylon yarn. With the entire recycling process, from start to finish, you can have a product which has the exact same properties as a new product. So this can go on forever. Mechanically recycling, the materials put in an extruder machine, and then you get little nylon pellets. These nylon pellets are a semi-finished product for the global plastics industry. So you could make new, like your glasses could be made out of it, or even dashboard from cars. in chemically recycling, they usually process the nets into new yarn. So your shoes, nylon t-shirts or nylon shirts, whatever is nylon garment, which is essentially recycled, or a fully recycled product.
In a world where plastic pollution is in the public eye, all of these efforts by the fishing fleet must be supported by others if we hope to reverse the impacts of marine pollution and ensure a plastic-free ocean in the future. Tuna are true cosmopolitans. They travel vast distances on their migratory routes with complete disregard for our man-made borders. In order to manage fishing practices in a sustainable way, international agreements are key, because they ensure the global conservation of the species, which is as important for us as it is for the oceans. We share this planet with nearly 2 million known species of flora and fauna. Of these, 250,000 live in the oceans, where there is still so much that is waiting to be discovered. We find ourselves at a turning point. We must keep our eyes firmly set on sustainable practices in order to conserve one of the most vital resources in the history, present, and future of humankind.
Thank you for this inspiring start. Now it is my pleasure to welcome you not only as your host, but also on behalf of the organizing committee. President of the Republic of Seychelles, His Excellency Mr. Wevelram Kalawan, Principal Minister and Minister for Fisheries and Blue Economy, Mr. Jean-François Ferrari, Minister for Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment, Mr. Fabien Joubert, Ambassadrice de France, Madame Olivia Berkeley-Christman, Principal Secretaries, Chief Executive Officers, Managing Directors, distinguished guests, colleagues, esteemed speakers, panelists, and our valued partners in sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. It is a great honor to welcome you all here today. This gathering represents a collective commitment to shaping a tuna industry that is more sustainable, inclusive, and forward-looking. Tuna is more than a commodity. It is our source of livelihood, culture, and nutrition. But as we know it, its future depends on the actions we take today. The sessions ahead will tackle the most pressing issues, ranging from ecosystem sustainability to technology, trade, IUU fishing, and transparency. I encourage you all to engage fully and ask questions, share insights, and above all, connect, because the future of the tuna sector lies in collaboration. With that, I wish you all a productive and enriching day. Now, to officially open our event, I am delighted to invite on the stage the Principal Minister and Minister for Fisheries and the Blue Economy, Mr. Jean-François Ferrari.
Thank you, Stephanie, and good morning all. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Minister, Principal Secretaries, Chief Executive Officers, industry partners, ladies and gentlemen, a good welcome and a warm welcome to all of you in Victoria, Seychelles today. It is an honor, of course, to welcome you to this Tuna Conference 2025. I am deeply grateful for your presence, as this reflects the shared commitment we hold to the future of the tuna industry in Seychelles and, of course, beyond. Today, marks a critical moment, a convergence of leadership, science, industry, and community at the heart of the Indian Ocean. Our theme this year, Steering Tuna Sustainability, a driver of socioeconomic prosperity, captures both the complexity and the promise of the task before us. Tuna sustains millions in the world and drives trade, feeds nations, and connects coastal communities to the global economy. And for us in the Seychelles, it means even more. It is part of our identity, our economy, and our vision for the future. Hence, the presence of President Ramkalawan amongst us today, a sign of support and commitment from the highest level of government. So I'd like to thank you personally, Mr. President. As a small island developing state, the health of the tuna sector is indeed directly linked to our development trajectory. Our port of Victoria remains one of the most active transshipment ports in the world. We host the region's largest tuna processing facility. Tuna accounts for over half of our national exports. Across our islands, Seychellois men and women, from fishers to factory workers, inspectors, engineers, and logistics operators, derive their livelihoods from this sector. And yet, the very foundation upon which these opportunities rest is under pressure, we all know. So we gather here today amongst a certain growing concern over the state of global tuna stocks, market volatility, and the mounting threat of illegal fishing. At the same time, we see rapid advancements in technology, shifts in trade dynamics, and increasing expectations for transparency and accountability in the seafood industry. This presents us with a critical question. How do we ensure that our tuna sector remains not just profitable, but sustainable, inclusive, and resilient? The themes we will explore today offer a strategic path forward. We begin with the principle that underpins all others, sustainability, which includes a set of clear and necessary actions: responsible stock management, science-based quotas, ecosystem protection must be the norm. But sustainability also requires fairness. We must ensure that the benefits of a thriving tuna sector are distributed equitably between industrial and small-scale fishers, between generations, and between nations. This includes investing in the resilience of our coastal communities and supporting training, innovation, and local empowerment. This is what we have been doing systematically in the Seychelles for the past 5 years. Regional cooperation, especially through the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, the IOTC, remains essential to translating these commitments into coordinated, lasting outcomes. The recent indications that the stock of yellowfin tuna in the Indian Ocean is moving into positive territory is proof that when we believe in regional cooperation and when we act collectively, we can practice responsible stock management and we can indeed achieve the desired outcomes that we have set to achieve. As we consider the broader economic landscape, we must reflect on how tuna moves through global markets. There is increasing recognition that we must move beyond raw exports and indeed focus on value retention. Through enhanced processing, improved quality standards, and stronger branding. At the same time, evolving consumer expectations and sustainability certifications are reshaping access to key markets. The challenge, therefore, before us, ladies and gentlemen, is to transform value chains so that they reward responsibility, that they create jobs, and serve our communities fairly, not just the markets. Yet, no matter how strong our sustainability or how robust our trade strategies, they will be undermined if we do not tackle illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, better known as IUU. IUU threatens the integrity of our fisheries, puts legal operators at a disadvantage, and robs our economies of critical revenue. It is a regional and global problem and requires collective enforcement and consistent political resolve. Technologies such as vessel monitoring systems and electronic monitoring systems have provided us with new tools. But these tools are only effective when backed by strong institutions, political will, harmonized regulations, and real consequences for those who break the rules. Seychelles, ladies and gentlemen, has made progress through enhanced port state measures and international cooperation. But the work is ongoing, and our country will keep insisting that the burden of surveillance and enforcement must be shared amongst nations and amongst countries of the Indian Ocean. As these challenges evolve, so too must our tools. The role of technology in fisheries is critical. From onboard monitoring platforms to data-driven decision-making, innovation is reshaping every link in the tuna supply chain. The potential benefits, greater efficiency, reduced waste, and improved sustainability are clear. But we must ensure that technological advancement is accessible and inclusive. No nation and no segment of the industry should be left behind. This is why at the heart of all of these efforts lies a principle that connects them: transparency. Without transparency, there is no accountability. Without accountability, there can be no sustainability. As the first country to achieve full compliance with the Fisheries Transparency Initiative, Seychelles has shown that open, accessible, and accurate data builds trust, not only amongst governments and industry, but with citizens and consumers alike. Transparency strengthens governance, deters illegal activity, and fosters confidence in our system. And may I say, transparency brings commercial benefits. It's good for business to be transparent. We therefore encourage other nations to join not as a gesture, but as a strategic choice that leads to better outcomes and stronger partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, tuna, as a shared resource, offers us the chance to demonstrate what regional cooperation can achieve. Its stewardship is not the burden of one nation, but the collective task of many. Through dialogue, innovation, and partnership, we have the means to lead. And we will lead by example and shape a prosperous, sustainable future for our fisheries and our communities. Seychelles has decided and is well on the way to take back the leadership in the tuna industry in the Indian Ocean. And I would ask you for your support so that this can be achieved and we can make this industry greater than it is. This conference, therefore, offers us much more than just a platform for discussion. It's a platform for action. It offers a moment to reaffirm our collective commitment, emphasis being on the word collective, to act with urgency, to lead with integrity, and to shape a tuna sector that is not only sustainable, but inclusive and forward-looking for our people and our region. In conclusion, let us leave here not just with ideas, but with resolve. Let us commit not only to goals, but to action. On behalf of the Ministry of Fisheries and the Blue Economy, on behalf of the Seychelles government as a whole, I thank you once again for your presence, your contributions, and your dedication. May today's discussions guide us towards a stronger, more resilient, and more inclusive future for our ocean economies. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for those powerful and motivating words. Just a slight amendments to the program for today. We have decided to move the family photo after the first session, so we will now move on into the first session on sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin session 1, focusing on the vital theme of sustainability in the tuna industry. As we know, responsible fishing methods, innovation, and regulatory frameworks are key to safeguarding marine ecosystem and supporting coastal communities.
Thanks to science-based quotas, better fishing practices, and international cooperation, the yellowfin tuna population is improving, securing the future of the industry in Seychelles and beyond. Seychelles continues to promote sustainable fishing methods, ensuring that tuna is caught responsibly while supporting local livelihoods. Seychelles Fisheries Authority, SFA, and industry stakeholders use near real-time tracking and data collection to prevent overfishing and support evidence-based policies. With tuna stocks improving, Seychelles strengthens its reputation as a provider of responsibly harvested tuna, ensuring long-term trade success. By maintaining healthy fish stocks, Seychelles ensures long-term employment for thousands of workers in fishing, processing, and export sectors. With continued efforts in sustainability, Seychelles and its regional partners set a global example for protecting ocean resources while ensuring economic prosperity.
To kick off this session, we welcome our presenter, Dr. Jude Bijou, Director of Fisheries and Marine Consultancy Services. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome.
Good morning, Mr. President, Mr. Ramkarawan, Principal Minister, Mr. Ferrari, Minister Joubert, Madam Ambassadrice, CEOs, Principal Secretaries, everyone present, a warm welcome to you all. Today I'll be speaking to you about sustainability in the tuna fishery industry. I have 10 minutes, so I will try to do justice to that topic in the later time that I have. One thing that is clear is that we have sustainability issues at all stages of the fishery sector, from the point before fishing, during fishing, landing, and after that. There are issues that could affect sustainability at the point of our stock assessment, how we do the stock assessment, how much can we take, in terms of the regulatory framework, under which condition does fishing operate, in terms of planning, that is the development pathway that Seychelles choose to develop its tuna fishing industry, and in terms of capacity management. So how many vessels do we want to fish? How many vessels do we allow? During fishing, there are issues on sustainability concerning overfishing. The issues of bycatch is one that has received a lot of attention lately. We have issues of ghost fishing, that is fishing gears left at sea doing fishing. They are not active, not being managed, but fishing nonetheless. There are issues of high grading, issues of habitat destruction, a lot of times caused by fishing gears that could get lost at sea. And now there are also issues with pollution. That is air pollution from operation of fishing vessels. There are issues of waste, plastic, as we've seen before in the video. During landing, there are sustainability issues concerning catch monitoring, species identification or misidentification, documentation and traceability to make sure that what is caught is actually declared and it is right. And in terms of port efficiency, again here, there are issues related to energy, maintaining cold chain, making sure that we get the high productivity. During post-landing, there are issues of energy use in processing the fish that we caught. Processing waste, what is it that we do with the waste once they get out of the factory, the guts, the dirty water, how we manage those, the packaging that we use to sell our products locally or overseas, equitability, so who gets the money from the industry, and what share of that money does each of the players are able to get, and of course, pollution is a topic which is across the board. There are issues that we need to manage with regards to pollution. I'm sure you would ask me, but how is the stock doing? The trend is showing that fishing has continued to go up over the years. We are now just around the 2 million ton point in 2023. And what we're seeing is that while some stocks are doing well, there are still a number of stocks that are being overfished or that are subject to overfishing. And here I would like to point your attention to the last column. And in the last column here, green is the stocks that are doing very good. Yellow is the ones that are stable, and red are the ones that are not doing too good. Success story there is the fact of the yellowfin stock, which was previously considered as overfish and subject to overfishing, which is now considered as not overfish and not subject to overfishing. There is also the issue of the Indo-Pacific sailfish, and we see it's in the green here, which before that was considered as overfish. But there are still some stocks that are in the red and that needs to be rebuilt over the years. And we're seeing this with yellowfin. We reached a high point about 20 years ago, and now the catch has gradually decreased, and it is now considered as sustainable. And the difference is just about 20% of the catch. So it does make a big difference, that 5, 10, or 20% that we fish. In terms of the big eye, again here we reach a high point about 20 years ago. Now the stock is considered as overfish, but we see that catch is going down. In terms of the albacore, it seems that we have reached a high point, and it is being maintained in terms of the amount of catch. In terms of the skipjack, we see that the stock is in the green, but still, it seems that catch is continuing to go up, which is not necessarily a bad thing as long as it remains sustainable. With the bill fishes, it seems that things have plateaued off a bit here. But fishing doesn't happen in isolation. There are still issues that affect fishing and sustainability in the fishing sector. And one of that big thing is bycatch. Tuna doesn't live alone, it lives with other fish, which are caught as part of that fishery. They are not targeted, but they are victim to the fishing, and it has an effect on sustainability. There are issues of ghost fishing. Again, species that are not targeted, but are affected by the sector. We have issues of fads causing destruction on beaches and on reef. It is something that Seychelles is addressing very strongly, and we are making a lot of success in dealing with issues of fads. There are issues of waste, plastic waste particularly, ending up on beaches in the Seychelles. This is Aldabra a couple of years ago. And also there are issues of most of the tuna that is caught here is transported outside of the Seychelles for processing. That also affects sustainability for us as a nation. And the big question is climate change. Climate change is affecting sustainability and will probably affect sustainability more in the future. It's not only climate change, but it's climate change coupled with other oceanographic phenomena. In 1998, we had an issue where the Indian Ocean dipole coupled with climate change, and it caused the Persian fleet to shift their operation eastwards. And this resulted in a 40% decrease in the amount of landing in the Seychelles and 34% decrease in the amount of expenditure by the vessels in Victoria here. 34% is a lot of money in terms of expenditure. How do we address sustainability? Are we on the right track? What have we done, and what is it that we can do to promote sustainability? First of all, we have the legal and policy framework. It is clear now what Seychelles fishing policy is. It is detailed in the Fisheries Sector Policy and Strategy 2019. We have the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill and Regulation, which will soon be turned into law to strengthen the fisheries sector. We have the Marine Spatial Plan, which takes an EEZ approach to management of Seychelles' marine resources. Second point, science-based management. We now have a draft tuna fishery management plan with 57 different actions targeting resource sustainability. 95 actions targeting governance in the fisheries sector. We have implemented a plan, a national plan of action to tackle IUU fishing. We have or are in the process of preparing national plan of actions for seabirds, turtles, sharks, and Seychelles is actively involved in research with the industry. We have a lot of partners such as the IRD, ASTI, that Seychelles continue to collaborate with. Third point, effective monitoring, control, and surveillance. Seychelles need to prepare a fishery-wide MCS strategy so that we can adequately control the whole sector. We need to implement the plan of action to tackle IUU fishing, and we need to implement electronic monitoring, not just on the Persian fleet, but also on the industrial longline and semi-industrial vessels. Capacity management. We need to have a clear idea what it is, how much vessel do we want to be fishing. And we also want to improve value chain management. In the words of Minister Ferrari, we want to be able to get more from less, make maximum use of the fish that we have. We want more local processing and value addition, even in the management of waste. And we also want to democratize the tuna fishing industry, such as cottage industry for canning of tuna. Let's flood the market. Let's flood the airport with locally made tuna cans, things like that. We need to implement market-based measures, such as certification and eco-labeling. We've already started that, working towards digital traceability system, encourage and support fisheries improvement projects that actually bring sustainability to the sector. And we also want rights-based management. That is quota allocation and transfer scheme, so that people feel that they have a responsibility to manage the stock. They feel that they own part of that stock. And also, we need to have good supply chain partnership. That is with the retailers that actually sell the product, because we know that they make a lot of difference in the way that products are perceived overseas. And we also need to have market differentiation. So what is it that makes our tuna products different from all of the tuna products that come from all over the world? And we need to plan for climate change, because global simulation predicts tuna moving eastwards and southwards or northwards away from the Seychelles waters in about 50 years' time. So we need to be able to plan for that and, if possible, diversify the economy. But climate change is real and it will affect the sector. What are the roles of the different stakeholders? Government And there are a lot of government agencies involved in the management of the tuna sector and in sustainability. So we need to provide vision and leads toward the desired outcome, establish and enforce regulations, and also collect data. In terms of the IUTC, the scientific assessments on which the decisions are made, recommend management measures, and influence members towards sustainability. The operators needs to be able to implement management measures and best practices, report as required in terms of data, fishing data, modify their operation towards greater sustainability. Processors and retailers establish purchasing specification and differentiate the product on the market. The scientific community, we need scientists to be able to develop and improve stock assessment methods so that the projections, the decisions that are made are based on data or information with less errors, I would say, well, or greater confidence. We need to be able to improve understanding of the biology and ecosystem functioning. We need to be able to create innovation in terms of gears, technology that is used in the sector. We need to be able to evaluate the effectiveness of management measures to ensure that they are working. And in terms of customers, we need to be able to make good, sustainable purchasing decisions and influence policy and regulations. At the end of the day, sustainability should be at the core of Seychelles tuna industry, because if we do not have sustainability, all of us, each and every Seychellois, and all of the operators that are here today, we have a lot to lose. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bijou, for your insightful presentation. Our session now moves to a panel discussion moderated by Dr. Jan Robinson, CEO of the Seychelles Fisheries Authority of SFA. I would now like to invite our panelists to join him on the stage as well. Mr. Robinson, please.
I'd like to thank the President for his presence. He will now be leaving us, and I wish, on his behalf, good and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Hello. It's working. Okay, good morning, everybody. My protocol has gone a little bit out of whack now, but I'd like to thank the President of the Republic for being here for the opening. Now I'd like to recognize Principal Minister for Fisheries in the Blue Economy, Mr. Jean-Francois Ferrari, Minister for Agriculture, Climate Change and the Environment, Mr. Flavien Joubert, Ambassador, Mrs. Olivia Berkeley-Chrisman, Principal Secretaries, other CEOs in the room, otherwise distinguished guests, and all of our participants in the various panel discussions today. I would like to start by introducing myself. I'm Dr. Jan Robinson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Seychelles Fisheries Authority. And today I'm joined for the first panel discussion, a very important one on sustainability, by an excellent series of experts in the field of sustainability, many of whom have been working in Seychelles or internationally for a very long time on the issue of sustainability. I'll start by introducing Dr. Dan Fu, who is the science manager of the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. Dan's been in Seychelles for almost a decade, I think now, Dan. Not quite. Working in stock assessment and now leading the overall science program of IOTC. He's joined to his left by Mr. Vincent Luca, who is the head of department for fisheries management and technical coordination at SFA, and has a very long career in fisheries in Seychelles, almost 3 decades, I think now. And someone with an even longer career in tuna in the Indian Ocean, Dr. Francis Marsac. Francis was, of course, part of the IRD for many years, and now has retired, or he thinks he has, but we have a lot of work for Francis, and he's a fisheries science expert and oceanographer as well. And then to his left, we have Mr. Anertz Muniategi, who is the managing director of ANABAC, which is one of the 3 main producer organizations that represents purse seiners, both Spanish and Seychelles flag purse seiners. To his left, we have Dr. Amir Ibrahim, who is a fisheries and environmental scientist who has a consultancy firm in Seychelles and does a lot of good work for the sector in many different aspects of governance and management and sustainability. And then to his left at the far end, we have Mr. Naron Payet, who is the chair of the recently formed Association for Semi-Industrial Fishing Vessels, which is the second major sector or tuna sector that we have in Seychelles. So with our panel now duly introduced, I have 2 main rounds of questions for the panel and then some open questions. And of course, if there's time, we'll invite questions from the floor as well. I'm just going to check with my handlers now. Are we still sticking to the original time allocation? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to, if possible, to open the questions to the first panelist this morning. So Jude has just provided an overview of the status of tuna stocks in the Indian Ocean. A core element of ensuring sustainability of the Indian Ocean tuna fishery is our ability to accurately determine the status of target species stocks. Stock assessment is a complex process, but perhaps we can have, in layman's terms, from Dan, an explanation of how the methods used in IOTC have evolved over time, how the stock assessment methods now meet best practice, and what challenges remain for us to reduce uncertainty in these stock assessments to provide robust advice for management. Thank you, Dan.
Morning, everyone. Thanks, Young, for the tough question. When we talk about stock assessment, we think about equations and mathematics and all that. That's true most of the time. But broadly speaking, any methods that can tell us something about the condition of the stock is a form of assessment. So with some methods are quite simple. They just tell us if the fishery is improving or declining. Some methods are probably more detailed. They can use to calculate the level of fishing pressure, exploitation rates. Then we have methods that can do fancy things. They calculate those complex quantities such as maximum sustainable yield. But basically, depends on the question you ask. The more detailed the question we ask, the more complex the methods are required. But these methods do allow us to be able to make tailored advice to inform management and actions. In terms of the method itself, it does, obviously, it's been evolving significantly over time. And we have seen improvement in the type of statistic mathematic tools we're using. We have seen improvements in the type of data we are able to handle in assessments. Tuna RFMOs, they do play a quite significant role in advancing these improvements, because tuna assessments are quite complex. We are dealing with a vast range of fishing methods and gears and fleets. We need to handle massive amounts of data of varying level of qualities. So I think really it's important for an organization like ITCs to stay on top of the game, to make the best practice and to make the most use of the data that has been collected. IOTC, at IOTC, we manage in over 16 species. I mean, the data, these species are caught by different countries, different fisheries, obviously, and the data, obviously, available for assessments vary hugely in terms of quality, in terms of types. For some species, we use methods that can have only access to the catch data. These type of methods are fairly limited in terms of what they can do, what they can estimate, the type of advice they can provide. But when the data improving, which it does, with addition of size data, with addition of catch rate data, we are able to do more. We are able to apply more flexible methods. For tropical tuna, on the other hand, we have been able to apply some of the sophisticated stock assessment methods. These methods allow us to handle quite diverse range of data collected for the species. They are fairly complex in terms of modeling the spatial movement dynamics of the species. They are very powerful in terms of making predictions on the response of the stock to different fishing strategies. So yeah, those models are quite helpful in terms of making informed management decisions. But as you can see, as we mentioned before, the more complex methods really depend heavily on the quality of the data. So uncertainty do arise when some of our member countries, the lack of capacity to provide representative data. This can bring in a lot of conflicts into the inputs that we put in our models, which obviously going to impact the performance of those assessments. So we talk about the yellowfin in Jude's presentations, and it's obviously a very high-profile assessment, needless to say. With yellowfin tuna, its use. What special about this? One of the key uncertainty about this assessment, it uses these long line CPV data from these distant water long line fleets. These data are quite valuable because it has a very long history. It has very long, wide spatial coverage. But as you know, those long line distant water long line fleets has undergone a lot of changes over the last 10 years. Their effort and their catches has been shrinking. In terms of the fishing practice, their targeting practice has been varying a lot. So which brings a lot of uncertainty into this sort of index, which is a primary indicator, if it's not the only one, indicator of abundance for the stock assessments. So really, at the moment, it's quite critical for IOTC scientific community to address this issue, to resolve this issue, to provide more confidence in the input to the assessment. Or alternatively, we can develop indicators of abundance from other fisheries, such as percent fisheries. So in this regard, I really think probably Seychelles is quite uniquely positioned to make contributions, because Seychelles, obviously, you have both industry level longline fleets, you have percent fleets. The long-line data, Seychelles long-line data, if analyzed properly, can really make a contribution in terms of verify and validate some of the indicators we used from the distant water long-line fleets. I think lastly, maybe just to conclude, I also want to mention this new technology, this closed-key mark recapture. It's not really new. It has been around for a while. It has a lot of successful applications. I won't get into detail, but it could be a game changer for the tuna assessments. But unfortunately, these projects, CKMR projects, are not cheap. They are quite costly because there's a lot of extensive sampling, a lot of lab work, a lot of analysis that needs to be done. So it needs a lot of collaboration, contribution from countries. But I do think it could pave a way forward for improve our assessment in the future.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. So I'd like to build on that and pose a question now for Vincent. We've heard from Dan about how data-driven the process is for stock assessment and how challenging that can be in the context of tuna, a highly migratory resource caught by lots of fisheries in lots of different countries. Could you perhaps highlight how Seychelles contributes to this effort in terms of the data we provide for assessing stocks and also understanding ecosystem impacts, and also identify any gaps or constraints that we face in providing such data?
All right. Okay, thank you, Jan, for the question, and good morning to everyone. Well, I believe Dan has already highlighted the complexity that is involved with managing highly migratory species. And UNFSA calls on members states that have an interest in those fisheries to either directly collaborate amongst each other or through RFMO. And in this case of tuna and tuna-like species, it's through the IOTC, which the Secretariat is based here in the Seychelles. So Dan has mentioned about stock assessment, about the models, but the models depends on reliable data. If you don't feed the reliable data into the model, it will be like the English says, garbage in, garbage out. So Seychelles, being a small island developing state, we have, it's a big challenge for us to provide all the data because we lack both in terms of human capacity and financial capacity as well. But we're doing quite well. Like Dan have said, we have the fleet of person which is based here in the Seychelles, and there's very good coverage of that. But I mean, the main source of data that we have, it's through logbook, what is known, what we call logbook, log sheet. It is mandatory for all vessels that are targeting tuna and tuna-like species to compile a logbook and to submit the logbook after each of the fishing trips. And now that we have quota to monitor as well, we can do that on a weekly basis as well to ensure that the vessels are in line with the quota that has been allocated to them. So this is the main principal source of information which provide catch and effort data that is compiled and then stratified and submitted to the IOTC as per the various deadline. We also have size frequency data that we collect. So we have a team of 13 samplers that will board the tuna vessel every day and sample size frequency as well as species composition. I will just give you an example how challenging it is. If we look at our catches of tropical tuna, it's around 130,000 tons. That includes the skipjack, big eye, and yellowfin. Based on the mandatory requirement of IOTC, we need to sample at least one fish per every ton. So that translates into 130,000 fish. And if you look at the number of working days during the week, that translates to roughly between 400 and 500 fish that needs to be sampled every day for us to meet that mandatory requirement. So it's very challenging for us. Another source of information that we have is through Observer Program. We have a good coverage for the person fleet like I said, it's based here. But then we are having some challenge to deal with our industrial longline fleet because they rarely use Port Victoria. And they spend a lot of time at sea, so you can imagine sending an observer to be at sea for 6 months. It's really not practicable. But there are new technology around. We are looking into EMS, electronic monitoring system. We also have good collaboration with the crew. They do sampling, they do some self-sampling on board, and they provide us with this information, which we compile and submit to the IOTC. We have also, as a port state, we also have some requirement that we need to monitor transshipment and landing that are taking place in our port. So we need to collect this information as well and provide to the IOTC. And all this information, we are verified at different levels. You have your logbook, which you need to cross-check it with your landing and transshipment. You have your VMS system that monitoring the vessel. You need to cross-check to see whether the declaration on the logbook are correct. You have certain algorithm that you use to check the distance covered because the VMS are providing you information every hour. So you have to cross-check with the logbook to validate this information before you submit to the IOTC. What are the challenges? I mean, like I said, we have limited financial and resources. We are a small team and we're doing a lot. In some countries, they will have specific teams dealing with tuna, and then you have teams dealing with lobster, sea cucumber, and the rest. But we're doing everything, and we're not a big team. But we're doing quite well. Our compliance level to the IOTC is very high, but I would say that where we probably will need more help is with regard. We have a lot of data, we collected a lot of data, but we don't have time to undertake the scientific, to contribute more to the scientific process. We started, like Dan mentioned, that we started to see the CPU index for long line, but then we stopped, but we need to get back and see how we can contribute more. We need, in-house, we tend to rely a lot on partners, and I'm happy to say that we have IRD, we have ASTI, we have EAO that have helped us over the years to establish this comprehensive data collection and management system, and we are very grateful to that. But when you rely a lot on third parties, you don't have the capacity in-house, it can make it very difficult. For example, you have, with IOTC, every year you have new resolution, you have to modify your logbook to accommodate new species, you have to change your processing, the way you're processing the data if you have new species to incorporate. For example, last time there was a resolution that you have to report interaction with mobilids rays. So you have to have a new logbook, look at your system and improve it. Even for data reporting for observers, you have a new template, then you have to work on your R script to extract the data. So it's a big challenge for us to keep up. But we are doing quite well. And now I believe we should look more into technology. We are using paper-based logbook. We should move into more towards electronic reporting. It will be quicker, less, you don't have somebody that will be sitting down and capturing the information, which is prone for you to make error. So if you can have the data feeding directly into your system, that will be very helpful. Like I mentioned, there's also EMS, where we lack the ability to deploy human observer. We can use EMS to monitor activities on FAD and bycatch and all that. So it's really challenging, but we are doing our best to provide the necessary information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vincent. We've heard now a little bit about the science that goes into, which is so central to ensuring sustainability, and we've heard from people working for the regulatory side. Now I'd like to invite a question from one of our industry representatives here today. So I'd like to speak now, if I could, to Naron. We've got two main gears in Seychelles, obviously, which is for tuna, which is purse seine and long line. Our longline fleet has expanded considerably in the last 30 years, from only a handful of vessels in the 1990s to over 60 vessels now. You're obviously, and congratulations, you're the chair of the newly formed association that represents that small-scale semi-industrial fleet, as we used to refer to it. As part of that association, or as part of your own perceptions of the sector, what are the key issues that you've identified in terms of sustainability and that you're seeking to address through the association that you formed? And those aspects of sustainability could be biological or economic or social. So what are the key issues that your sector is seeing in the tuna sector? Thanks.
Morning. Yes. Morning, Jan. Morning, everyone. Yes. Yes. As the newly appointed chairman of Semi-Industrial Longline, we've basically just opened our association. We didn't have time to meet with any authorities yet. In Seychelles, as you said, we have two fishing methods, which is Persian and longline. Longline has two categories, which is industrial and semi-industrial. I'm representing semi-industrial, so I will speak only on the behalf of semi-industrial. Yeah. From our perspective, I would say semi-industrial longliner is the most sustainable fishery going on right now on the island. Basically, we have minimal pollution compared to the other fisheries. I could say from my own vessel, I'm losing only 20 kgs of line per trip, and all the trash we're bringing back ashore to be disposed at the landfill. When you look at the fishing itself, it's basically, I could say, simple fishing, which is hook and line, very selective fishing with minimum bycatch. I could say from a catch of 7 tons a trip, you can get 500, 1 ton on the bycatch. So we're doing really good in terms of reporting and compliance. I would say we're 95% compliance with the logbook. It could be 100%, but we are having a language barrier from our fishermen. I believe many of us have been contacted by the authority. Soon we plan to meet the authority to discuss about this and find ways to sort out that language barrier between the Sri Lankan fishermen, and so we can be 100% compliance with the logbook. Yeah. Itself, I believe, we know that we're having 60 vessels bringing 2,000 tons of tuna yearly, which is a small amount in the quota, but we're having a higher value because of our targeted market. In regards to economic sustainability, we are supporting a lot of subsectors, such as air cargo. Planes are coming in full with tourists, we are going out empty. Our sector is targeting this, and we are sending our fish back on those empty planes to our targeted markets. Yeah. But for now, I could say, yeah, our contribution is quite considerable to the economy itself, and I could say it's time for us to see how we could expand the sector sustainably, because 30 years, 60 vessels, we could have done better. We see these 60 vessels has flooded our port capacities. We are running at maybe 200%, so it's time for the government to see to expand facilities so we can expand our fleet. So I believe that's it. If there's anything you'd like to add or think, just tell me.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks very much, Naron. I'd like to turn now to a representative of the industry for our other major gear, the purse seine fishery, which of course is by far the largest driver of the economy. ANABAC is one of 3 major organizations representing purse seine fishing in the Indian Ocean. From the perspective of your shared goals amongst those others, or specific to ANABAC, how is the purse seine fishery contributing to regional efforts to ensuring a sustainable future for our tuna economies? Thank you, Annette.
Thank you, Jan. Good morning, everybody. When undertaking the projection of the future, it is usually convenient to look at the past. And when we speak about sustainability, we obviously need to regard the three pillars of sustainability: biological or environmental, economic, and the social. In terms of environmental sustainability, the purse seine fleet applies the best fishing practices that have been developed following scientific guidance. As Honorable Minister said at the beginning of this conference, it is not about fishing more, but fishing better. It's about adding value to tuna products and the subproducts. And we do that by investing in technology and investing in training. Purse seine fishery is one of the fisheries with the lowest bycatch rate. And we have developed tools and equipment to mitigate bycatch even more and to increase the post-release survival of vulnerable species. The carbon footprint of the fishery is also one of the lowest, and it is worth mentioning the contribution of supply or support vessels in keeping this carbon footprint as low as possible. The fishery is a data-rich fishery, as Vincent said in his intervention. And we are increasingly reporting data that is used by the scientific committee of the IOTC to conduct stock assessment and to provide the best scientific advice. This allows, obviously, that better conservation and management measures are adopted by fisheries managers. And the evidence of this contribution is the fact that purse seine is the fishery that is most regulated within IOTC right now, by far, and that this puts the IOTC at the forefront of fat fishing regulations among the rest of the tuna RFMOs. And it's not only that it is the most regulated fishery, it is one of the most compliant fisheries with regards to conservation and management measures. And with regards to economic sustainability, we may recall how important the purse seine fleet was at the time of the COVID pandemic, especially for seeds, for small island developing states. The purse seine fleet kept creating economic activity, jobs, and income for countries like Seychelles and other countries depending on tuna economies in the region. Purse seine nets and the fats are recovered, are reused, and locally recycled, which achieves the benefits of a circular economy. And we must say that tuna economies are productive economies, which means that they do not depend on others to produce goods, to produce jobs, to create wealth in general terms. and this is a strength for the economy. And in terms of social sustainability, tuna economies contribute to food security and food sovereignty by providing wild protein to feed the world population. But it's not only about providing or feeding tuna to the population, but also bycatch. Seychelles has developed a flourishing industry of bycatch transformation, and this industry is feeding the African continent. So it's zero protein waste. And processing vessels need to be well kept. Maintenance is critical for them in order to be competitive. And the ANAVAC ship owner groups and the vessels have incorporated ILO, the International Labour Organization, C188 work in fishing convention into their management standard, and this provides a good opportunity for the nationals of the Seychelles and other countries in the region to make a career in a safe and a healthy workplace environment where social and labor rights are guaranteed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anertz. We've heard now from the scientific and regulatory side, some industry perspectives on sustainability, but now I'd like to go more broader in terms of the ecosystem impacts of these tuna fisheries. So I'd like to ask a question now of Amir. As someone whose work straddles that nexus between fisheries conservation and environmental management, it would be useful to hear your perspectives on the main challenges and opportunities that tuna fisheries in general and Seychelles in particular are facing when it comes to mitigating and managing ecosystem impacts. Thank you, Amir.
Thank you, Jan, and good morning to everyone. So I think, Jan, yeah, that's a very important question. I think in Seychelles, the tuna fishery itself has many opportunities, but also facing a bit of challenges at the moment. When I talk about challenges more specifically, I think Jude provided quite a very significant overview. And my top one would be bycatch. And speaking more specifically about the tuna fishery that employs the use of DFADs. So obviously with the use of DFADs, it does come with an element of bycatch. Many of these species are non-target, and vulnerable species such as juvenile tuna, sharks, turtles, etc. And I think Seychelles may find it quite difficult to mitigate that challenge specifically of bycatch, at the same time maintain its economic revenue generation specifically from the purchasing industry. On the same line as FADs, I think that when these FADs do become lost or abandoned, they do pose a risk of ghost fishing. I think Jude has highlighted that as well. But also they do pose a risk to vulnerable habitats, such as coral reefs and seagrass meadows. Another disadvantage, I would say, or challenge for Seychelles would be the lack of data specifically towards the ecological footprint of the tuna fishery itself, but more specifically also on bycatch species. So I think there needs to be a lot more work there with regards to data coming out specifically from that area. And lastly, I would say climate change. Again, I think Jude hit on that, and I'm pretty sure Dr. Marsak will touch on that as well. As we all know in the room, that tuna are highly migratory species, and with climate change being a real aspect to contend with, that may also impact its movement even further. So trying to manage a moving target is not always easy. That being said, there are always obviously great opportunities, and I think Seychelles has taken a lead in leading a lot of opportunity moving forward. So let's say, for example, there has been innovations in technology. So I spoke about DFADs, but I think with regards to DFADs itself, there has been innovation within globally, but also we don't have to look too far. In Seychelles itself, there are fleets that are trialing biodegradable FADs, which is very promising for Seychelles. And I think Vincent touched on this one, electronic monitoring. So many of you may be aware that the fisheries bill now is been looked at more carefully, and it's about to pass, where electronic monitoring has become into the language of the fisheries bill, making it a requirement for industrial fleets now to incorporate electronic monitoring on board their vessels. And there has also been interest from the semi-industrial fleet, which is also very promising. Another opportunity would be the Marine Spatial Plan. So again, this plan has now been signed into law. And what does that mean? Basically, it creates a framework for managing tuna within our EEZ, which is a great opportunity moving forward. Also, I would say that there is the element of inclusivity in Seychelles. And what I mean by that is that we find that the government talk to stakeholders, which is very refreshing. And, you know, we spoke about, again, the issues of FADs. But in the next few weeks, the Seychelles Fishing Authority will be embarking on, I think, possibly one of the first aspects of dealing with FAD management at a national level, where bringing stakeholders from all walks of life, be it academia, stakeholders, NGOs, industry, and government agencies, everyone to sit down at the table together to develop a nationalized FAD management plan. So this is very promising of that inclusivity that Seychelles has with regards to its management. And yes, I think one of the last things I would say would be possibly market value. So as we know that now there has been more of a market for sustainably caught tuna. And I think if Seychelles jumps on that bandwagon, it may help us a lot economically by we are showing the world that we are able to produce sustainably caught tuna. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Amir. Okay, and the final question for this round to the panel goes to Francis. We've heard a lot about our current challenges, but I think as someone who has their eye a little bit further down the line at what the challenges are, it would be good to ask you this question. So obviously climate forcing has a major influence on tuna habitat and fisheries, to the extent that economies of tuna-dependent SIDS such as Seychelles may face major disruptions on a variety of scales. Your work in Seychelles and internationally has sought to improve our understanding of this interaction between the fishery and climate. Could you explain the important role of climate in terms of how we assess and manage tuna fisheries, and how in the long term Seychelles tuna economy may be impacted in a warming climate? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the question, Jan. Indeed, we all acknowledge that this climate change is becoming a huge stressor on marine life, from coral reefs to tuna and other components of the marine ecosystems. So one important thing that we have to realize now, that's the Indian Ocean is the fastest warming ocean. We have experienced a temperature increase of 1.2 degrees since 1950. And the situation is not getting very, very nice for the coming decades. It is projected that we'll have further increase of 1.7 to 3.8 degrees by the end of the century. So it is a bigger magnitude that we have experienced so far. This depends, obviously, of the amount of emissions of greenhouse gases, but definitely there will be a substantial increase of temperature by the end of the century. So what's the effect of this warming? First of all, it reduces the productivity of the ocean. The plankton does not flourish as much in a warm water compared to a cold water, because we have a lack of nutrients that make this phytoplankton growing. At the same time, as the temperature gets higher, the level of dissolved oxygen, which is a key element for the marine life, the level of this oxygen is declining. And we also have combined effects of more acidic water. So all this obviously is altering the marine life, and especially the pelagic fish. We see for tunas that detrimental conditions will affect the growth, the individual growth, will affect the reproduction, and will also affect the mortality, lesser survival. So the conditions will be more and more challenging for tuners to survive. As you know, there are wanderers in the ocean. They are trying to find oases of productivity, and they jump in a way from one area to the other. So that's why they are swimming across long distances. So with all these projected impacts, definitely it's obvious that we have to measure the implications of climate change in the management of stocks and in the management of fisheries. And this is actually what the IOTC has already embarked on, because 2 years ago we had a resolution, management measures on climate change to better account for to promote research, to better account the effect of climate change on the stock assessment and sustainability. So I need to point out two other very important points. Number one, that this warming is not something which is continuous from one year to another. Next year will not necessarily be warmer than this year. You have some kind of cycles. The trend is being relaxed sometimes. And during these cycles, you can have more productive areas, more productive periods happening even in a warming trend. And second point, which is more specific to tunas, tuna respond very fast to any change in the environment. And when you have better conditions for foraging, the tuna will take advantage of that. They will be able to increase their growth to feed more, and this will result in a higher biomass in the following couple of years, especially for tuna like skipjack, which has a fast turnover rate. So putting all this together, we can just see the example of what happened in 2022. In 2022, and this is related to this oscillation by the Indian Ocean dipole that was mentioned by Jude in this introductory talk. In 2022, we had anomalously high productivity in the ocean. We had a lot of plankton, and this triggered the food chain and more food for tuna. And we did an assessment of skipjack at that time, and there was oscillation in the turnover rate, the recruitment of tuna, of skipjack tuna. And actually, we realized that this year, 2022, we had a very high, anomalously high recruitment of tuna, which was supported by this higher productivity. And actually, this could explain that we reach very high level of catch, at that time unprecedented level of catch of skipjack, without compromising the status of the stock. So it shows that we have to be able to monitor the trend in the ocean and to adapt, to understand these trends and the status of the state of the environment to adjust the catch limits. So of course we have to think it can go the way around. If we have lower conditions in the productivity of the ocean, definitely the production of tuna should be lowered. So definitely we need to be able to monitor the state of the marine environment. It's good to know that at the moment we have already designed an online ocean atlas for the Seychelles EZ and even beyond. So this can be used to measure the trends. And now we have a support by IOTC to extend this atlas to the whole Indian Ocean. So we'll be able to incorporate this information in our research and stock assessment analysis for the near future. Now, very briefly, the future. Of course, first of all, the future of the fisheries in Seychelles will depend on how we achieve sustainable levels of the stocks. A healthy stock is better to face, challenges in terms of climate change. But it's true that we won't be able to escape to the rising of the temperature and the lowering of the oxygen. And the prediction we have at the moment is that Seychelles will not necessarily be the best. I mean, it will be the core of the fisheries. The fishing ground might shift towards the east and even cross the ocean until and the best fishing grounds will be closer to Indonesia or Australia compared to Seychelles. So definitely, for all the activities related to percent, it might be detrimental in terms of economics. We have to know that between Seychelles and Maldives, by 2050 and beyond, the temperature will be too high. The habitat will be no longer appropriate for skipjack tuna. So skipjack, of course, is a huge component of the percent fishery. Definitely we'll have to find other areas where to catch these fishes, but the north of the Seychelles will become very challenging. But still, we still have a kind of a good news. It's because on the west of Seychelles, all the projections, the simulations show that we'll still have a high level of dissolved oxygen in the water column. In the east, it will be dramatically decreased, but west of Seychelles, and this new area, I mean, this area with highly oxygenated waters can be kind of a refuge, a place where long-line fleets will be able to operate. For the deep-dwelling tuna, the tunas will go deeper because they have to find cooler temperature. They will find more productivity in the deep, but long-line is quite adapted to this kind of situation. So that's what we have, projection we have. But this work is still be redone when we have more information coming in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Francis. I've just seen a warning. We only have 10 minutes left, and caffeine levels are moving into the red on the Kobe plot right now. And so before we do another round of questions or ask further questions, maybe I'd like to give time to see if there's any questions from the floor, if that's okay. So I don't know who's spotting hands, or any hands from the floor? Minister.
With you, okay. The panelists have all addressed the issues of economic, social, environmental sustainability. We have another sustainability gap, and this is a result of lack of human resource in the Seychelles. Now, I'm not addressing you and asking you to go and train specialists for Seychelles, but I'm addressing you to try and convince you that you need to train, you need to be part of the training program for you, for your industry, for your factory. It should not be the responsibility of the local authorities only. This is a situation where we all need to pool resources and think of training as a core element of sustainability. And in the past, we've had many conversations with ASTI, with maybe ERD, and most of the offers were for high-level training, postgraduate training. Please consider the basic levels of training. This is where also we will be calling on you to help us to bridge that gap, because it is a serious gap. The likes of Vincent, Jan, well, thank you. Apparently you're going to be Seychelles soon, so count you in. But Naron and Amir are a few and far apart, so we should look at more Vincent, more of Amir, and whatever you can help us to achieve this, the bridging of this gap, we'll be very happy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Okay, Minister Joubert, over to you. And then I notice we've got a question at the back, if that's okay. Minister, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Two questions. One is maybe to Mr. Fu and Mr. Luca. Given the uncertainties that they talked about when it comes to data and information, how confident are we in that assessment that Jude presented earlier on, that position certain species red, green, or amber? Are we very, very sure about the status, or are we partially confident in the assessment? The second point, the second question concerns the recycling of tuna nets. We know that at a global level, when we talk about plastic recycling, in many jurisdictions we're talking 2%, we're talking 5%, not more than 10%. But in this case, we are told that all of the tuna nets are being recycled into new products. Is it the only industry where we are achieving 100% recycling rates for plastics? Or are we verifying the processing chain from here to the point where it is received and processed? Are we really verifying to make sure that it is indeed being recycled at the rate that we are being told? Thank you.
Okay, perhaps for the first of your questions, Minister, I'll ask Dan to first take an attempt at that. Thanks.
Yes, thanks for the question. I certainly don't want to turn this into a, like working party discussion of yellowfin assessment. But just very quickly, I mean, yellowfin obviously assessment is a very high-profile assessment. It's been intensively scrutinized by the IOTC working parties and scientific committee. With regards to this uncertainty we're talking about, it is something that the scientists are highly aware of. The yellowfin assessment has been went through several rounds of external panel review. The scientists do their best to address some of the issues in assessments, but nothing is perfect. There's always going to be issues in the data, which some of the uncertainty you see in the assessment is due to some of the issues that are coming up recently in the data. So we are doing our best to address it, and the scientific committee is aware of it. The commission is aware of it. This year, the IOTC has been organized several workshops just to address that issue on the CPU, on the yellowfin CPUE issues, just to see if there's something that needs to be resolved. And obviously, when it comes to making management advice, this level of uncertainty has been taken into account. So as you can see in Commission discussion, when they tries to propose for the catch quotas, they have taken into that uncertainty into account. They only propose something for next year, pending on some of the review of those workshop on those input data. So yes, the scientists are continuously working on it. The assessment has been accepted, but we are aware of some of the issues in the assessment, and the working party and scientific committee of IOTC do their best to address it.
I think one of the challenges always is that you have ultimately decision makers who are our commissioners at the IOTC who are not scientists typically, and they're having to make decisions based on highly scientific advice. But the good thing is with IOTC now is they are giving to managers the probability that the stock will be in a certain position in 20 or 30 years with a quantifiable level of certainty or uncertainty. And so that leaves the commissioners with those decisions knowing that it's not 100%, but they know what the levels of uncertainty is around that. So that's the good thing about the stock assessments now is they do quantify what that uncertainty is and allow that decision makers to, based on that. In terms of your second question, Minister, maybe obviously the recycling of purse seine nets happens in parts in Seychelles, but not always in Seychelles. Quite a lot of the nets are shipped to recycling operations in other parts of the world, including Europe. Maybe some of our industry partners can provide a bit more data or information on how do we know it's fully recycled once it goes to these processing plants in Europe. Maybe NERTS can offer some guidance there.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Minister. Like I said, the purse seine fleet has achieved a circular economy in their activity, and not only the purse seine nets, but also the fats are being locally recycled sometimes with local partners. There are some companies in Europe in Spain, in Lithuania, who take care of the chemical recycling of those nets. But the aspiration is to create as much of economic activity here locally. Yeah, that would be.
Okay, thanks, Anas. We had a question before from Marie-Thérèse.
My question is to Mr. Luca, who mentioned an observer program that the SFA has. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Like how many people do you have in this team of observers, and what's the percentage of observation that is done per year, for instance? And then also there was mention of electronic monitoring. Can you tell us a little more about that? Thank you.
Thanks, Vincent.
All right, okay. Thank you, Mrs. Bevis, for the question. Well, like I mentioned in my intervention previously, that we have an observer program now that is on our tuna per center, but we are having some logistical difficulties to expand this program to cover the industrial long line, because they rarely use our port, plus they spend a long time at sea. But at the moment, we are constantly training new observers. We get a lot of students from the Maritime Academy, and it's like it's a constant battle to maintain a pool of good observers. They take this as a first job opportunity to earn some money, but not all of them are committed. But we're constantly doing training. We're doing that twice a year. We're training about 15 to 20 observers. At the moment, we always maintain a pool of about 35 observers, which we deploy on the tuna pest centers. And we do have quite a good coverage of about 80% coverage. And some vessels also have electronic monitoring on board. So it's a combination of both. And sometimes we cross-check the information from the human observer with the electronic system. But with the industrial long line and also the semi-industrial, we are conducting a pilot project at the moment. 5 vessels has been identified for us to deploy the electronic system on board, which is CCTV camera that are placed at different locations to observe, for example, on the deck, to observe deployment of fads, to observe when fish are being brought on board, to see what are the species composition. There are also even technology that calibrate, that can take size. It's still technology in development, but there's big potential to assist us for us to be able to meet our requirement with regards to observer coverage for our fleet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm being told now that the session has to come to an end. Unfortunately, we didn't get around to 2 sets of questions for the panelists. So you can keep your preparations maybe for the coffee break, and you can share that with some of our other participants. But thank you very much for all your interventions this morning. I think we've hopefully set a foundation for discussions that will continue throughout the day with other panels. Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you to our moderators and panelists for such a dynamic and thoughtful session. Let's give them again a well-deserved round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break for coffee and refreshment. Please feel free to step outside and stretch your legs and connect with your fellow participants. The ushers will direct you once we reconvene, and the family photo will be taken outside. If you could proceed to your seat, please. Welcome back. Our next session explores the economics and value chain dynamics of the industry and how we can shape a more resilient and equitable future.
With its prime location in the Indian Ocean, Seychelles connects local fisheries with global consumers, ensuring a responsible and profitable supply chain. The government and industry stakeholders work together to ensure sustainable practices and equitable economic benefits across the sector. With sustainable fishing securing the future of tuna stocks, Seychelles continues to grow its tuna processing sector, ensuring long-term employment and economic stability. With eco-certified tuna in high demand, Seychelles benefits from strong trade relationships, particularly with the EU, ensuring long-term economic growth. By prioritizing sustainable fishing, Seychelles secures its competitive edge in the global seafood industry while meeting ethical consumer expectations. Through responsible fisheries management and international cooperation, Seychelles continues to lead the way in sustainable tuna trade.
We now invite our first presenter, Mr. Daniel Vossich, Managing Director of Europesh, to deliver his presentation.
Good morning, everyone, ministers, authorities, ambassador, everyone, friends, colleagues. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here today with you. For me, it's a pleasure being here. It's the first time that I come to Seychelles, beautiful islands. I heard a lot of the importance of tuna fishery in Seychelles in my 12 years as director of Europesh, but seeing is believing. So really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. And I will be presenting the views of the Europesh Tuna Group. So we have a specific group within our European Association dealing with fisheries matters. It consists of three main organizations that were already mentioned in the previous discussions. Two based in Spain, ANABAC and OPAGAC-AGAC. And the third one would be Hortongel, and they are based in France. The managing director of this group is Anne France, but unfortunately she's not available to be here today, agenda issues, but I'll try to fill the big shoes from Anne France. Our fleet in the Indian Ocean, represented by the Europesh Tuna Group, consists of 43 vessels, all of them prosainas. More in detail, in this slide, you can appreciate what are the fleets that we are representing. You can see there's a big number from European flagged vessels, but also Seychelles flagged vessels, and there's a surrounding component of the supply chain and other industries related to our industry that are fundamental for the coastal communities. You've seen the video, and most of you know prosainas, how they operate, and the method better than myself, but this is just a brief slide to show you how we operate and how our vessels carry out the methodology in the water. Just to reiterate that the purseine fishery is one of the gears with the lowest environmental footprint that we can have, and also with very low rates of bycatches, specifically for sensitive species. Now, let's have a look at the future. How do we see the future? And our fishing vessel owners and our fishermen, they want a future that is based on technology, that is based on good working conditions, that is based on local investment and partnership with local communities, and advocate for sustainable trade agreements with partners. But always keeping at the core science-based management of our fisheries resources and responsible fishing. So let's start with technology, blue tech, innovation. Satellite data, artificial intelligence, and modern equipments in our vessels are transforming the way that we are looking at the oceans and the way we manage our seas and our fishing industry. As you can see in the slide, our vessels, they are equipped with VMS, vessel monitoring system. They work 24/7 and they are reporting data on a daily basis that is linked together with electronic logbooks that is also reporting this data to relevant national authorities. And also our vessels, they are equipped with 100% of service on board, being physical or electronical. And this is obviously very important for monitoring and control purposes, but it's also even more important for scientific purposes. And this data, most of the data, reach scientific institutes. That is very, very needed for fisheries management. And on top of this, as you may know, the European Union has adopted a new control regulation, and there's going to be an electronic catch certificate that will enter into force next year. I would love to say that this is the picture for all of the fleets operating in the Indian Ocean, but unfortunately, there's a lot of work to do here, and we hope that we will achieve a level playing field with other gears, as for instance with longliners, tuna longliners one day. Staying on the same subject, and I think this was mentioned before, the intention to use this technology is to fish better, and also to help decarbonize our industry while remaining and keeping the competitiveness of the industry. Here you can see a few examples. As you can see in the slide, our fishing vessel owners, they're using eco-sounder buoys, and they act as floating data hubs, transmitting real-time GPS positions and biomass estimates. This data is also transmitted to national authorities and scientists, as I mentioned before, who use this to refine tuna stock assessments. And obviously, they help reduce the carbon footprint of our fleets. They are also using new cooling systems that is ensuring top quality tuna while meeting stringent European Union regulations on sanitary standards. They are also using some technology that allow the crews to communicate with families on a daily basis, and we do believe that this is fundamental for the well-being of the crews. So as you can see, the European Union is not only providing food for our communities, but it's also a catalyst for innovation and technological progress. In the previous panel, you've been talking about sustainability, and when we talk about sustainability, we focus normally on biological sustainability, but for our fishing vessel owners, it's not just about the protection of fish, it's also about the protection of fishermen. And for that reason, for them, it's fundamental to invest in the well-being of workers. As you know, we have an international convention, which is the C188 from ILO, and it's being transposed into national legislation in France and Spain. It's mandatory for all these fleets to comply with this. But in addition, all vessels under the European Tuna Group are certified by INOR and AFNOR, guaranteeing good working standards on board of the vessels. On top of that, as in the European Union, Europesh reached a social partners agreement with the trade unions, and we could transpose into European legislation this important piece of legislation, the C188, and we will continue pushing for the introduction of these minimum standards, but important standards in RFMOs, because for us, human rights are not negotiable. On top of that, the European Union has recently adopted legislation to ban products made by forced labor and also a directive on due diligence, and we do think that this will contribute to improve the situation, particularly in parts of the world that are struggling with labor abuse. Before it was mentioned by the Minister the importance of training, and for us, we're also working on STCWF Convention. This is an international convention from IMO on training. We're pushing for sustainability, for sustainable basic training standards that were actually incorporated in the new revision, and hopefully this will improve the situation at sea. The third point, as you know better than anyone, the landings of these fleets, they are not only vital for food security, but also sustain and help grow the local supply chain. In our case, the case of the Seychelles Tuna Group, there's no transshipments at sea, so everything that is caught is landed in the different ports of Seychelles and etc., helping local communities to grow. I would also like to mention an important instrument from the EU, which is the Sustainable Fisheries Partnership Agreements, bilateral agreements signed between the EU and the third country. And they are labeled as the most transparent agreements in the world. They are mutually beneficial, not only because it's providing sectoral support for the third country, but because there's also a requiring certain obligations from the fishing vessel owners from the EU, and that would be the hiring or the embarkment of a local population in the vessels, a policy that is applied across the fleets and actually is guaranteeing certain social conditions which are applied across the board. I would also like to mention the circular economy. This was already referred by Annette from ANABAC. Our fishing vessel owners and companies, they are investing in projects to have a 100% circular economy, not only when it comes to nets, but other disposals, and to continue minimizing any impact that we can have in the environment. Despite these efforts and good progress, we think that trade, and we see that trade is not reacting accordingly. In Europe, we see that over the years, there was a trade shift. So before we were getting a lot of imports from Central and South America and also Eastern Africa, including Seychelles, but we see that production is moving towards Asian producers. So in green in the slide, you can see how the production from the Southeast Asia and China has been growing over the years. We are also concerned about potential trade agreements with third countries, like, for instance, Thailand, which can have an impact when it comes to the trade of tuna in the EU. For that purpose, we do think that tuna must be considered as a sensitive species in multilateral negotiations. Some of the drivers that can actually influence this shift towards the production from the Southeast Asia is the autonomous tariff quota, which is a certain volume that you can import in the European Union, in this case, tariff-free. As you can see in the slide, in 1999, a volume of 1,200 tons of tuna loins could have been imported into the EU tariff-free on an annual basis. But we see that nowadays it's not 30,000, it's 35,000, and it's tariff-free. Of course, we understand that processing industry, they need to remain competitive, but we also need to have a look at the origin of this product. And when we look at this, we see that the majority of it comes from countries like China, Indonesia, Vietnam, or Thailand, which represent 90% of the allocation. Of course, the main impact is the reduction of the product cost from third countries, and the issue is that we need to look at the sustainability of this production. So that can create actually unfair competition in our own markets, not only for the European fleet production, but also from third countries, like, for instance, Seychelles. The European Commission is considering a change in the system and introducing sustainability criteria in the ATQ system, which we see with good eyes, because I think the international community need to reward those who are investing in best practices and in sustainability, not to the first comer to the market. And also we think that it's time to think a little bit more strategically. There's a trade and tariff war created by the United States, and I think the European Union and other countries, they need to start thinking a little bit more strategically. Final slide. In conclusion, in order to allow our sector to keep thriving, to keep growing, and to keep sustainably fishing this treasure that we have, that is tuna, we need stable and rational policies. We need to give our companies time to adapt to ambitious objectives and to become even more sustainable without penalizing their practices. We need a coherent and proportionate legislative framework for our companies so they can remain competitive. There's many often competing interests nowadays in the sea. Now we're looking at our seas not only for food, but also for energy, for minerals, for tourism. So we need to achieve a right balance between all these factors which are equally important for our communities. And that is why we do think that it's fundamental to involve the fishing sector in all the consultations from governments and authorities to produce all the necessary legislation to make sure that our ocean and seas remain protected and productive. Second, defending the tuna per se. Yes, we need a level playing field in our oceans. We're doing a lot of effort as fleet, but if we don't see that neighboring countries or other fleets commit to the same standards and to the same control regulations, then we're doing a little favor to our fisheries. So we don't need a two-speed IOTC. We need a level playing field by which all our fleets are competing under the same standards and playing under the same rules. Finally, we need to improve access to local facilities. Again, we are contributing and providing to the sustainable development of local communities, but we need to continue to have this access and to streamline administrative process. So obviously everything that can help from governments to facilitate this task would be really appreciated. And we also appreciate the development of new processing factories in relevant countries to continue added value to our products in Seychelles and elsewhere in the world. So with this, I thank you for your attention, and thank you very much again for your invite.
Thank you, Mr. Bossage, for your insightful presentation. We now invite our second presenter, Mr. Sharif Antoine, Senior Economist of the SFA, to deliver his presentation, please. Thank you.
Good morning, ministers. Good morning, ambassador, fisheries managers, scientists, and everyone in the room. My name is Sharif Antoine. I am a senior economist for the Seychelles Fisheries Authority, and I was tasked to do a presentation just to showcase how tuna goes from the sea to the market from an economic perspective. So we start off with the first part, which is fishing and catch. So in 2023, Seychelles provide licenses to 3 main fleets. The industrial longliners, around 115 licenses were provided, and these longliners were able to attain 18,000 metric tons of tuna and tuna-like species. For the Persane, 44 vessels, together with other support vessels, they were able to output 373,000 metric tons of tuna and tuna-like species. And for the small-scale longliners, which we refer as semi-industrial longliners, there were 61 licensed vessels, and they were able to attain 2,536 metric tons of fish. Now, since Persane is one of the biggest components of tuna fishing in Seychelles, looking at the second graph with the bar plots, we can see that close to 80% of the fish landed the fleet is transshipped to overseas markets. Around 15% is landed to the local cannery, and 8% is transshipped or landed in other ports. So the 92% of the purseine catch goes through Seychelles. For the longliners, with the majority of their catch being transshipped at sea, we see that the number of transshipment has reduced from 272 back in 2020 and is now at 229 in 23. And this is the same situation for the volume transship, from 18,000 down to 7,000. Now, using global prices from different databases, which is provided by the IOTC, I will try to showcase the relative price differences from the fresh big eye and yellowfin to the frozen big eye and yellowfin, and then finally for the frozen big eye, yellowfin, and skipjack from the purseine fishery. So the first line graph, A, showcases the fresh, which we attribute to the semi-industrial longliners. Graph B for the industrial longliners, which is the frozen big eye and yellowfin. And finally, C, which is from the purseine fishery. We see that in relative importance, the longline outputs from the longline fishery has a relatively higher value than the purseine. For the fresh longliners, big eye is the highest valued species, and we've seen that from 2019 there has been a significant increase of around 30% to 40% in its value. But for yellowfin, this value has more or less remained the same. For the frozen big eye and yellowfin, we see more or less a constant pattern whereby it ranges for between $6 to $8 for the yellowfin and $8 to $10 for the big eye. This is, again, similar situation for the purseine. Not much variation between species. Just for the skipjack. No, albacore, sorry, for the albacore species, which is regarded as the highest value species. Now, so using these global prices, we can estimate the total value of the catch produced in Seychelles. So the table here provides a comparison between 2017 and 2023. SILLL represents semi-industrial longliners, LL longliners, PS purseiners, and below we see the different species: big eye, yellowfin, skipjack, albacore. So we see in 2017 the value assigned to the fish was around $215 million US dollars, and for 2023, for all the outputs from the different fleets, we see that this value is $834 million. But for the Seychelles flag vessel, this value is around $290 million. Okay. Now, tuna, since it has different linkages to different other sectors, accounts for around 96% of the GDP contribution. Okay. In the statistics provided here is from 2023. So from agreement fees generated through licensing and other charges to different fleets, Seychelles was able to attain $22 million in revenue. And the licensing fees was the biggest component, accounting for 52%. Fees derived from excess catch was about $7 million. And access and sectoral support makes up the smallest, accounting to 16%. Whilst in port, these vessels spend money, and based on the data provided by the vessel owners through their agents, we were able to determine that around $30 million is being spent in port. And compared to the previous year, This is a fall in expenditures, partly due to the vessel spending more time at sea and less time in port. The biggest component out of all the expenses, especially for a vessel with a mechanized engine, is around $170 million being bunkered by the fleet. This is equal to 157,000 metric tons of fuel. And we have seen an increase in activity, which correlates with the number of days at sea for the fleet. If I'm not mistaken, I keep on forgetting. For SEPEC, the fishing vessel is one of their main customers. I think up to 90% of the fuel bunkered by SEPEC is through the industrial fishing vessels. Now, at the end to the market, we see that exports in 2023 was 58,000 metric tons of fish and fish products, and this represents $297 million. 97% of export in Seychelles is tuna-driven, and the volume, and one of the biggest product exported is, of course, canned tuna. And we've seen that in 2022, the cannery was able to export 50,000 metric tons, but in 2023, it fell down to 37,000 metric tons. But now in 2024, it was able to go up to 43,000 metric tons. Okay, so I hope that, I know I give out a lot of statistics, a lot of numbers. I hope that you were able to attain some of it, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Antoine, for your presentation. Our moderator for this panel is Ms. Sharifa Moel, the Director General for the Fisheries Department for the Ministry of Fisheries and the Blue Economy. I would now like to invite our panelists to join her on the stage, please. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the second session on the thematic area of exploring trade dynamics, socioeconomics in the tuna value chain, shaping the future of the tuna industry. So we are joined by a panel of experts who share a wealth of expertise from the fields of industry, trade policy, processing, and research. Their insights will help us to reflect on where the industry stands today, and more importantly, where it needs to go. So before we begin, let me firstly introduce our panelists. So the first one is Dr. Julio Moron. He's the Managing Director of OPAGAC and AGAC, and he brings decades of leadership in global tuna governance, including spending time in Seychelles as the head of the Spanish Fisheries Office. Our second panelist is Mr. Ricardo Lucho. He's the Fish Procurement Director for Thai Union in Europe and Africa, with over 30 years of experience in seafood processing, sourcing, and international supply chains. Our third panelist is Ms. Delphine Goguet, from the Maritime Affairs and Fisheries Attaché of the EU delegation to Seychelles, Mauritius, and Madagascar, and she also manages the EU Seychelles Fisheries Corporation under the SFPA. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Mudita Gunatilake. He's the CEO of Malu Seychelles and is also a leading voice for local processors through AFPES. He brings a strategic business perspective grounded in both public and private sector leadership. Our fifth panelist is Ms. Jamikara Tichasatol, better known as Strawberry, and she's the GM of the Indian Ocean Tuna Limited. the largest private employer in Seychelles, where she leads one of the region's largest processing companies. Our final panelist is Dr. Patrice Guiotro. He's the Director of Research at IRD, with expertise in fisheries economics, small island economies, and socioeconomic equity in global seafood value chain. So thank you all for being with us today. So now let us begin with our first round of questions. So question 1 goes to Julio. As the tuna sector increasingly adapts to eco-certification and sustainability frameworks like MSC, how have these evolving standards influenced fishing operations, pricing, and fleet competitiveness? Also, how can fleets balance market expectations with operational realities while protecting tuna stock?
Good morning. Morning. Thank you, Minister, and the organization of this conference for inviting me to this. I think your question is just for a PhD. It gives enough room. But anyway, the eco-certification that we are all following, in fact, most of the purse-seine fishery operating in the Indian Ocean has complied with the requirements that this stringent certification with the Marine Stewardship Council has achieved, thanks basically to the application of the Code of Good Practices that we started back in 2012 and the progress that we made in IOTC once IOTC has been able to have management measures dealing with the species that we target. So that gives the room for MSC to achieve the certification. That is a private certification, but has a market recognition at global level, and has in fact been requested by the market. So the fleets have adapted to that because there was a demand on the market to have something, especially in the Indian Ocean, where many campaigns have been focusing on the yellowfin, bad management of IOTC, and so. But nowadays, we find that there's over 2.5 million tons MSC certified around the world, with the Western Pacific contributing with the majority of that catch. But the problem that we face is that market is not recognizing but for accessing the market. So we don't get any extra benefit from getting the certification. Because the distributors don't want to pay the MSC label, and in fact, it's only 10% of that amount of tunas that are being MSC certified that are actually sold in the market with MSC label. So that gives a paradoxical situation, because we see that most of the fleets have already the MSC certification, at least in purse-seining, and the markets are not compensating as we expected. The other big question that we face is how is that contributing? MSC has a certain steps towards the management procedures that are being applied in the different RFMOs, and this is another force that is contributing to move RFMOs into that the application of these management procedures that should establish a more stable landscape for the harvesting of tunas. Once we reach a certain level of sustainability in the 3 species, there will be a range where, depending on the stock status, you will not be suffering or a decrease or an increase, or 10%, 15% above the current level of catches. So that gives a perspective of long-term, 5 years or some like that, for the future. So the MSC is contributing in a way to that for the benefit of the sustainable use and economic stability.
Thank you, Dr. Moran, for sharing how the industry is adapting to evolving sustainability frameworks. So picking up from that, I'll direct my next question to Ricardo. So given your role in your direct role in procurement for major markets, How are trends like eco-labeling, premium grade tuna demand, and regional trade agreements shaping purchasing strategies, consumer preference, traceability requirements, supplier relations, and pricing dynamics, both in Europe and in Africa?
So thank you very much for the invitation. I think it's okay now. Thanks for the invitation. In fact, thanks, Minister, and thank you very much for all the ones present here. So I believe I'm the first one to comment on the free trade agreement, and I believe I'm going to give a bit of focus on that, besides the other matters that I will also address. In fact, free trade agreements are part of the conditions that the companies normally take in consideration when they define their supply chain. And in fact, this was the case in Seychelles, when Thai Union came in Seychelles many, many years ago. And those trade agreements are normally conditions that we do not expect to see changing very often. It's like political stability, or tax regimes, or even matters like inflation, the dynamic of the economy. The companies invest based on these conditions, and they expect these conditions to stand for long. Therefore, of course, all the perturbation that we have seen along the last months is when someone came and told suddenly that the tariffs around the world is going to change significantly, which of course created a lot of concerns, because companies invest based on long-term commitments, and of course, if that changes, we really fear, right? The other matters you raised, you spoke about eco-labels, premium tuna, traceability, I believe. Well, those are different. In fact, the companies are absolutely aware that these are matters that are evolving every year very frequently, and in fact, the companies try to work as much as possible in anticipation to guarantee that they can address the challenges that are coming from those changes. So to give the example, Julio was speaking here about the MSC certification. We tend to forget that for a lot of the fleets to sell MSC tuna today, and the cannery in Seychelles to sell a lot of MSC product, this work did not start yesterday. It started many years ago, when some people, Thai Union included, with COT, but also the main fleets, decided to implement the first FIPs, which then conducted us to the certification of MSC. So this is to say that, in fact, those matters need to be anticipated, and I believe the industry make a lot of effort in order to anticipate whatever changes are coming. The MSC certification, which is obviously the most globalized eco-label for tuna today, it is correct to say that so far, in terms of the sales in the market, we still have a relatively small percentage of product that is MSC qualified. However, I must say, IoT since 2023, all here in 2024 already, buys all the fish as MSC and provides a premium to that fish. So this is a way that Thai Union has of recognizing the certification of the tuna, which we believe is important. And let's keep in mind that some of the main retailers in the market are really changing their approach to these. I can tell you Walmart in the US has announced that from January 2026, they don't receive any tuna which is not MSC qualified, and that is extremely important. So, and of course, there are other retailers in Europe that are following exactly the same. Now, another matter that you touched, which also requires a lot of preparation from the companies, is the value-added tuna or premium tuna, right? This is changing constantly. Consumers change their preferences every year, and companies have an enormous amount of work and resources spent on trying to find new innovative products and new solutions in order to correspond to the new ambitions from the consumers. So again, here, I can tell you a lot of investment is done on innovation, renovation of the portfolios. However, a relatively small percentage of those can be transmitted to the market, because a relatively small percentage of that really passes the consumer panels and the consumer tests. So this is a continuous effort. And of course, as much as possible, we try to introduce eco labels on those products, because we believe it's important for us to pay back all the effort that the company does and the fleets do in order to guarantee the qualification and the compliance with all the rules that the qualification requires for. In terms of traceability that you mentioned, let me recall that the first purchase agreement signed between Seychelles and the European Union a long time ago was already assuming that the tuna was traceable from the can to the fishing boat. And in fact, it was in 2011, many years ago, that Thai Union launched the first can tracker in the UK. And since then, the John West is traceable back to the boat. We are talking about 2011. There's a lot of talks about traceability nowadays, but in fact, this started very early, and Seychelles was deeply involved on that, because in fact, the purchase agreement was already assuming that traceability was there, right? A last word about something that is very sensitive to us today. You mentioned about the pricing. We noticed a deep change on the way the consumer see the price of the tuna can, after COVID, and especially after the inflation that came immediately after, right? I can tell you, consumers since then look much more on the price than before, and we have the feeling and sometimes the evidence that the consumer is ready to disregard sometimes some values in favor of the price, because this inflation period created a lot of stress on the consumers, and so they tend not to give as much importance as they should to some of the values that we have been trying to defend since many years. This is a matter of concern, because the industry, the big companies and the fleets, they invest hardly in order to guarantee that all these principles of social matters, sustainability, environmental are met. And we also expect that all that money that is invested is obviously funded, and for that the brands need to be recognized, and this is a matter of concern today.
Thank you, Ricardo. So that gives us a strong view on how the market operates. So now let's hear how this connects with the policy framework that drives the trade relationship. So my next question will be to Delphine. So the presentation we saw earlier spoke of the Sustainable Fisheries Partnership Agreement, and for us, this is the cornerstone of our tuna trade relationship. So how has the SFPA contributed to promoting sustainable fishing practices and supporting the economic development of Seychelles? And how does the EU see this partnership evolving to further enhance market access, sustainability, value addition opportunities for Seychelles?
Thank you, Sharifa, for your question and for giving me the opportunity to speak about the Sustainable Fisheries Partnership Agreement that we have with Seychelles. We have a dozen of partnerships like this one in the world, but I admit that the one with Seychelles is a model for us. Is one of the biggest in the world. It's the biggest in the Indian Ocean, first for its financial contribution, for its impact, and it's also a model for us of governance and also on impact on sustainability of the ocean. So in terms of promoting sustainable fishing practices, I would say first the SFPAs are a framework to impose to our EU vessels the same rules of fishing methods as in the EU waters. And it gives a level playing field also in the regional framework of the IOTC. So on a technical point of view is to give exactly the same conditions for all the vessels. even if the EU vessels are also practicing volunteering with the fisheries management plans. So they also give their own contribution. It gives also a contribution to, with our sectoral support to the SFPA, so it's the support to the national policy in fisheries and blue economy. In this support, we encourage the country to develop fisheries management plans, to develop projects, for example, in aquaculture, to give more value to some species depending on the stock and the marine conditions. And also we support the Seychelles Environmental Fund, which is a model for us too, and the Seychelles can really be proud of that, because so far I know that more than 100 pads have been retrieved in the region, and also help to fishermen, which is supported by this fund. So for us, it's really important for that. And in terms of supporting the economic development of Seychelles, first, as I said, the financial contribution of the partnership, it's 5.3 million euros per year as a whole. So there is a part of the access that from the EU budget, it's 2.5 million a year to allow the access to the Seychelles waters of the EU vessels. There are also the contribution of EU ship owners, and we've seen that in the last years, around in average, it was around 4.4 million euros. And there's also the sectoral support to the policy in fish and blue economy, which is 2.8 million euros per year. So that's the financial contribution itself. But then we have at all levels of the value chain, of the tuna value chains, I think the partnership agreement can contribute. So it comes from the EU vessels landing their catches in the Seychelles, and around 40% of the raw materials from the local industry are provided from the EU vessels. So it's first contribution, and there's also then the materials that are transferred by boat in other countries. But all this creates employment, and more than 1,300 jobs are created, direct and indirect, in the whole ecosystem of the port. So it comes from handling the catches to the processing and the whole ecosystem of the port. And then after the industry, so in the industry itself, and then also then for the exports of Seychelles, and I think more than 60, it depends on the year, but more than 60% of exports from Seychelles are going to the European Union. So the SFPA is really a tool to link our relationship in the whole tuna value chain. And that's why it's really important for that. And with the sectoral support, we also help in the fisheries management, and also the developing the research. We've seen that for aquaculture project, like for sea cucumber, as one of examples. But also one we are proud of is to support the Seychelles Maritime Academy. And as Minister Ferrari said, it's really important to promote and to make a link between the youth and the ship owners and the whole ecosystem of the tuna value chain to try to prepare the future. And also, last but not least, the SFPA is helping to strengthen the working conditions of artisanal fishermen. and for example, with some facilities for the community around the 3 islands of the Seychelles. And that's a good way to give ice making machines, to give gears, and to finance all these facilities. It's a way to give a better life, not only to fishermen, but also to their families and to the whole environment on the coasts. So that's it. And we also have some activities in co-financing scholarships and insurance for the fishermen community. So it's just to give some examples, because there are so many, and just to precise that all the sectorial support is, of course, just a support to the national policy of the Seychelles, and it's aligned with the common fisheries policy of the European Union, but it's just an answer to the national policy.
Thank you, Delphine. That was a very useful overview of the EU Seychelles SPA. So now let's shift the focus to the processing side of the value chain in Seychelles. So my next question is to Morita. As a processor and exporter based in Seychelles, what are the biggest challenges and opportunities you're experiencing in maintaining competitiveness while meeting sustainability and quality standards demanded by international markets? And also, how are you navigating evolving consumer preferences?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sharifa, for the question. That's on? Yeah. Can you? Okay, I think, in terms of processes, one of the key challenges locally, if you look at it, primarily most of the processes depend on fresh fish, and the raw material remains a challenge for the success of a processor. So, and of all the type of fish that's been processed, they depend mainly on tuna. So tuna remains the integral part of, so we need to have sufficient raw material to process. So a lot of the domestic processes, that is one of the key challenges. Then ensuring availability. Then the other thing is, obviously, we still have, just to explain, one of the reasons is, frozen is not processed a great deal locally. And that's one of the primary reasons is the cost of doing that. And the cost is to do with the utility cost here compared to competitive countries. So one of the challenges is processing frozen is, is that okay? Yeah, okay. One of the challenges is the cost of utilities in the Seychelles. So this is one of the reasons that there has not been a major focus on frozen. So it becomes challenging to process frozen products. The other area is infrastructure. We're still developing. There are certain areas where we still need to improve on our infrastructure. So infrastructure remains a challenge in certain aspects, in certain ports, certain facilities which we still need to work on in even airport, for example. Freight, both. Obviously, all these products need to get out of the country, and either sea freight or air freight. And that remains a challenge, because when you look at it, even frozen container costs tend to be still higher than some of the other locations. Availability of containers, frozen containers. I think I can see Strawberry nodding from here. So obviously that's a challenge, availability of containers. And the same applies for air freight. When you look at the likes of Reunion, Mauritius has a rebate program. Reunion tend to be, some of the costs tend to be 30–40% cheaper than us. So for the same product, it could be a couple of dollars difference. We're talking about freight. And that makes it challenging. Even the likes of Sri Lanka or Maldives, some of them tend to get better competitive rates because of our size and the number of airlines or ships coming to the Seychelles. This remains a challenge for us. Minister did touch the subject. The other thing is, obviously all this involves labor. and we hugely dependent as a small nation. I mean, it's not that there is labor available. There is a lack of labor. So we're dependent on foreign labor in a great aspect of what we have to do in all the processing. So that adds cost, because that means we are competing. We're bringing from other countries who are competing against us, and obviously accommodating food, looking after them. So there are significant cost increases. And that is because we don't have sufficient labor for when it's a labor intensive. So we need to look at technologies and other things which can reduce the amount of labor going forward. I mean, these are some things we need to look at. And the key is sustainability, and obviously the certifications necessary. These are costly, and before there were challenges because, like I mentioned, most of the domestic processors use yellowfin, and yellowfin was in the red. So obviously it was a challenge to get MSC certification because the species itself was in red. So now that it has been cleared, I think it'll be an opportunity for us to go back and try and get MSC certification, which will help a great deal for the processors. All right, and in terms of opportunities, I mean, like Seychelles is known for its marine conservation globally as a leader on the sector. So I think these are things that we can leverage on to continue to showcase that why we have a premier product. Recently, we were certified. We got the FITI certification. That is, again, something that shows the transparency in our fisheries. Again, something that in our opportunity which we can use to showcase or claim for a higher. Look for certification, like I mentioned before. Invest in these. That means once we tick that, we can look at a prime premier product. Seychelles itself, as a tourism destination, has a pristine reputation. And this is something as a pure, clean, a beautiful location. So we can leverage on the Seychelles brand itself in terms of promoting and trying to get higher value. We need to look at new markets as well to promote our fisheries, so new areas which we can do. Value addition is something that we can do on certain grade. There are still opportunities to do certain value addition on especially certain grades of tuna which we are not. There are opportunities which we can do and do more R&D to find ways to add value. Even though the cost of utilities is higher, there's still opportunity to look at frozen component. And and another thing is the EPA, which we have with the European. That is something we should take advantage. The things like SADC, we need to continue to build these things, the agreements. Even though the tariffs came in, we were on the lowest, just seen with the US. So we should continue to take advantage of these things. Thank you. I know we are pressed for time, so.
Thank you, Mudita, for sharing practical insights from the local processing and export perspective. So now let's turn to the large-scale processing operations. So my next question is to Strawberry. From the presentation we saw earlier, 96% of the fisheries contribution to the GDP is from tuna, and most of this relates to the production of cans. So managing one of the major tuna processing plants in the region, how do you balance efficiency with meeting growing expectations for traceability, reduced carbon footprint, and social responsibility? And also, how do trade regulations and sustainability certifications affect your operations and your market positioning?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for the question. Actually, I will refer to the point that Mr. Ricardo and also Mr. Moran talk about sustainability. Or it does not start only yesterday. It started long time ago. Meaning, when we talk about traceability, carbon footprint, and also social responsibility, all three elements going together with the profitability. I think we can take a look at the lens that these three components seems to be like a on top standard or cumbersome, like a burden to the business, but it's not true. I think we can take a look at the way that it can be beneficial to the business rather. If I go to the first one, traceability, once we establish the system, once the system is in place, meaning traceability system from fish unloading until can, once that system, meaning information system, is in place, it's only beneficial to the company to track every step from the fish batch, the small batch, one vessel, one loading equal to one batch. From that batch, going through, we track every step inside the tuna processing until the can ship and export to Europe. In our case, it's to Europe mainly. Because of those tracking system has been implemented, it's very beneficial for the business because we can track all the loss, wastage of those material. Meaning every step from fish unloading, sorting, sizing, and then I will go through the whole tuna process until canning, and then labeling and casing, and until the shipment. We know exactly where are losses of our material. And this information are valuable for us to leverage, to reduce those losses and become the gain to the business. Meaning we maximize the raw material usage, and that link back to sustainability because we don't lose anything. After the fish wastage, we produce it's become like the scrap, we produce in fish meal. So we track every process, every scrap, every wastage that go into each process, not to lose anything from fish. So this is a beauty of traceability. It's true that the traceability, like Ricardo said, since 2011, John West already put the website to track back, but the system of IoT on traceability started well before. So we talk about like a 20 years plus system. It's true, it evolved the requirement from certification body, especially, for example, MSC, it evolved over time. It requires more and more stringent information. It's more strict information, more accurate. Then we adapt. From that system, we adapt our system, trying to be more precise, more accurate, and it's beneficial to the business anyway. So that's the first part on traceability. Second part, carbon footprint. It's true that from regulation-wise, we have more and more strict control and regulation for us to to improve our carbon footprint. But it's again can be beneficial for business because reducing carbon footprint make us think, push us think more on the way to find alternative source of energy which can reduce the cost. You just talked about the cost of electricity, which is very high in Seychelles. But if we think about alternative source of energy, such as solar panel, which we installed for 3-4 years already, it's really beneficial to us. It helps us to reduce the cost of energy from really, I would say in percentage rather, more than, now about 5 to 6% of our energy coming from solar for IoT. Therefore, this portion of solar, with the reduction of almost 50% of the cost, it's good for business. And we will continue this journey. It's the same as traceability. It doesn't start yesterday. It's a really long-term journey for us to continuously reduce the carbon footprint. And we need to see that way in a longer term. Social responsibility, same. For us, social responsibility, we see as an act to community. If the community is good, it coming back to us as a not only positive reputation, but also it's good for our employees. Our employees, in the past 2-3 years, we put in place several social responsibility programs to help elderly homes, to help pet care homes, to also donate the canned tuna where it's needed, especially the youth hostel where we develop the youth people for Seychelles. So this kind of act, we also have our employees to participate in these kind of activities. And it helps our employee to not only working 5 days a week and 24 hours, but rather to go out and have these activities as an extra activity for them to enjoy, which is for us is a good program to balance between these three. Therefore, I mean, to conclude, the three aspects, like I said, is not a burden, but when we balance all the three together with profitability, we see as an asset rather than burden. Linked to your second question about the trade agreement and also the sustainability certification, especially I would focus on sustainability certification because I think Ricardo already mentioned about MSC certificate, about eco-labels, and it's true that that put ourselves in a higher position in the market when we market those products. And today, with the strong system of traceability that we have, we are confident that, I mean, with the MSC certification, it will help more and more, not IoT, but rather Thai Union Group to gain market position linked to this sustainability certification, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Strawberry, for this detailed view from the industry's perspective. So let's take a step back, and now let's turn to research. So my next question is to Patrice. Based on your research into the tuna value chain, how do market forces, price volatility, and trade dynamics shape the distribution of benefits across the chain, particularly for coastal and small island economies like Seychelles? But also I have a second part of question for you. What research-driven policy recommendation would you recommend to help address the growing socioeconomic inequalities in the tuna value chain, ensuring fairer distribution of benefits from the small-scale producers to the large-scale producers? So what major reforms do you think are needed within the tuna value chain to ensure better socioeconomic returns for local economies over the next decade?
Thank you for this very good question. And good morning, everybody. Of course, you know that the market is global. I mean, we all see this morning that the market was global and globally driven. And the good thing with Seychelles is that you have the whole tuna world in a nutshell, because, of course, you have all the different fleets and value chains that are present in the Seychelles. So the markets are complementary most of the time. I mean, we have this cannery grade tuna, which is frozen and purseine caught that goes to the EU or US or other markets. And then you have the long line fleet. I mean, Antoine this morning has shown as well that this tuna was for sashimi grade tuna for the Japanese market. And then you have the coastal fleet as well, fishing for tuna, fresh tuna with higher value and reaching other markets which are more segmented, perhaps less global, more complex to analyze. So they all compete for the same resources. They all compete for the same space, the same fishing ground. So you have a lot of interactions between the fleets targeting the same tuna species. And sometimes they even compete with the same markets. The EU markets, we saw the importance of certification, for instance. Everybody is struggling to obtain the certification and to reach the market. We heard it went from Europe as well, the importance that trade policy had on the different trade flows reaching the market. So all this matter, of course, to explain the competition between the different, even though they're again quite complementary. What we can see as well from studying this market is that they're quite competitive. They're highly competitive. So we're talking about the distribution of margins and value added along the chain. But as far as the canned tuna market is concerned, at least, this is very competitive. And we studied a lot the pass-through, I mean, transmission of price changes upstream down to the end consumer and throughout the value chain. And we can see that the vertical transmission of prices is quite good. And horizontal transmission as well from one market to another is quite good. Anytime a price changes in Bangkok or in Manta, Ecuador, I mean, it affects the whole value chain in the same way. So this is important to have it in mind. Saying that, we can see some changes. Ricardo talked about the changes after the COVID, even from the end consumer, I mean, changing its preferences. But even for the canned tuna market, if you go back to the 70s, for instance, when you had only the US market and EU market and Japanese market, perhaps importing 80% of the canned tuna, nowadays it's so different. I mean, you have many countries involved, and perhaps 50 countries were participating to this tuna trade in the 80s, and now it's 200. I mean, and the concentration of these market shares has a lot decreased in the course of time. So this is important to have it in mind. So the market is global, prices are volatile as well, well transmitted throughout the chain, but they are affected by the trade policy instruments, they are affected by the oil price, of course, and we see this volatility, which can be quite important, between $1,000 per ton to $2,000 for the cannery grade tuna, for instance, frozen tuna. So it can change a lot in the course of time, and this, of course, has to be known because, of course, it will affect differently the processors and the fishers. So that's what we can say for the moment. Perhaps the time is short, so I don't want to keep the floor. But that's the main message. And your second question was concerning a fair distribution?
From small-scale producers to large producers, and what major reforms are needed to ensure better socioeconomic returns to local economies?
Yeah. So whether there would be so many reforms, certainly to have, but getting back to this problem, I mean, Seychelles in particular is concerned, of course, by the allocation of the national quota, the yellowfin quota, and soon, I mean, the skipjack quota between the different fleets. And this is the problem that you can meet at the ocean scale level with the different coastal countries competing with distant water fishing nations, for instance, for the same resources. So this is kind of a problem, and certainly the TCAC group in IOTC is working a lot on this, but there would be something certainly to do with this issue, and perhaps to revise the way it is allocated between the different fleets. The example of the semi-industrial long-line fleet is really good because, you know, we're not talking about the same magnitude between the purseine, of course, fishery and the semi-industrial long-line. The magnitude is not at all the same. We heard Shive this morning talking about the different figures. So there is room for everybody, I would say, and because of the different markets, as long as everyone can get the most of it. So that would be part of the answer.
Thank you, Patrice. Before opening the floor for question, I have one final question that I invite all the panelists to answer, and I want you to do that in one sentence. So, if you could each propose one key action to ensure the tuna industry in Seychelles strengthens its role as both a driver of sustainability and socioeconomic prosperity in the next 3 years, what would that action be? In one sentence, starting with Julio.
Well, challenging. One sentence. Seychelles has to be take conscience of the importance of the purseine fishing and the link that this gear has with the economic development of the country and maintain that in all the different international arenas. Enough.
Ricardo.
Yeah, challenging. I would say that Seychelles needs to guarantee that a bigger part of the value chain stays in Seychelles and it's transformed in Seychelles. And in order to do that, Seychelles needs to take care of the conversion cost in Seychelles, as well as Seychelles did very well on all the matters related to sustainability. If you address the conversion cost, Seychelles can grow a lot.
Delphine.
Okay. In one sentence, I would say believe in yourself as a driver for sustainability, because you're a global actor in sustainable fisheries. So believe in your youth and make it visible even to Europe and Europe market too, to continue. Thank you.
Marita.
I'll say develop a clear strategy that looks at the benefits to the country and its people, and have a very clear strategy for medium, long, and short, medium, and long term that drives sustainability, economic benefits, and wealth for the country and the Seychelles.
Strawberry.
For me, I think my sentence will be very close to Ricardo, but will be more detailed. I wish Seychelles looking at competitive of industry further in terms of labor regulation, utility costs, also competitiveness of local suppliers, and hope that this will help local business to grow economically. I mean, like better to export better to outside Seychelles. Thank you.
Patrice.
Yeah, I think that the Seychelles could give a very good example to the rest of the members, for instance, of IOTC, because represented in all fleets, all markets, all value chain, to show that this is possible to have this coexistence between the different fisheries all together. And most of all, I would say that to internalize social costs of these fisheries would be very important. I mean, the cost of bycatch, for instance, the cost of fads that we've talked about this morning. I mean, all these costs should be internalized somehow. I mean, should be paid by somebody, by the end consumers, by the stakeholder of the change, but it should be taken very seriously.
Thank you all for your answers. I'll now turn to the floor. Do we have any questions? Ami.
Thank you, Sharifa, and thank you to the well-seasoned panel for giving us a lot of information. I have a general question. I'm not really sure who will be best placed to answer this. Maybe Sharifa, you coming from the ministry. I have a question specifically about the tuna value chain in Seychelles. So we've heard from Sharif a lot of figures. We've heard from the panelists a lot of indirect and direct contributions, let's say from the SFPA to the GDP, for example. But does Seychelles have a fairly accurate figure of how much is the tuna fishery worth in Seychelles? How much does Seychelles benefit from it, and how much does the European market benefit from it? Thank you.
That's one hell of a question. I don't know if you recall, but back in 2018, we had a pilot project on the fishery satellite account. And from that pilot assessment, the fisheries contribution to the GDP was about 30%. But for tuna-specific related GDP, I must say there's no such study that has been done in the recent years to estimate the the exact figures, but for fisheries contribution, the figure we have is 30%.
Sheriff, if I may, just to mention that the European Union financed an evaluation of the current SFPA, which is an evaluation done by independent consultant, and it's a public one that you can find on the website of the European Commission. And you will have maybe not all the figures you would like to have, but you have many figures about the efficiency of the agreement, but it's mainly the tuna value chain in more or less in Seychelles. It can be a good start for rentability, sustainability, the number of vessels, the percentage of landings, of catches, the supply to the local industry, and also how we can improve to go to the European market, and etc. So I can invite you to look at this study. Thank you.
I think the next question is from Captain Ada, no? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. For those that don't know me, Captain Daniel Adam, Seychelles Maritime Safety Authority CEO. One of the presenters was discussing STCWF and the ILO 188 for fishing. This is linked to the Cape Town Agreement. Now, the question I have, we're talking about sustainability here, so the question would be, how critical, in your opinion, and this is broad-based, would be developing safety standards, training standards for all fishers across the different sectors to allow, quite rapidly, to allow the transition to ZNZ fuels, zero to near zero fuels by 2050, which is outside the current IMO requirements, because the IMO standards are 5,000 gross ton or more, but it still requires transitioning for ZNZ fuels, because we don't have the standards currently. We don't have the Cape Town Agreement, we don't have the STCWF, we don't have the ILO 188, and we need to transition those, which is 24 meters and above, and also for the smaller vessels, in improving standards on board those vessels, and improving search and rescue. Sorry for the broad question.
Thank you. Julio will answer this one.
Maybe, not entirely, but from the side of the Seychelles Persian fleet, you have it. I mean, the STCWF, the ILO is already applied on board the vessels, because the compromise of the ship owners is basically to comply with the international UN standards. And I think that's a difference, a big difference that I forgot to say. When we talk about certification, we always talk about the certification on sustainable environmental sustainability. And nowadays, it's a big challenge for the distributors, for the canning industry, to face labor abuses at sea. And I think in Seychelles, you have the guarantee that the vessels flagged in Seychelles comply with ILO 188, because it's the rule that we have certified with INOR from the Spanish side and with AFNOR from the French side. And also, the question of decarbonization is something that, first, for fishing, the contribution of fishing onto carbon emissions is only 0.1% well. And I think that is minimal compared to cargo vessels and that. And first, before we address that, we need to have the actual replacement for fuel, I mean, for the fossil fuels, because otherwise, how can you assure a trip of 1 month and a half without any source of energy that is actually applicable? And also, If once you get that, once we could have the alternative to fossil fuels, you will have to adapt the fishing fleet to this new energy and modify the vessel and the accommodation on board and to build new vessels, completely new ones. So that's something that I see that the IMO is working with the cargo vessels and this perception of having reductions, but for the fishing fleet, it's going to be far more difficult in that respect. But I will stress very much that the vessels that are fishing in Seychelles, at least the same vessels, maybe you don't have the same in the long line fleets, but it's something different because we have a lot of competition with the Asian fleets that are most of the ones with the lower labor standards. And this is something different that Seychelles has as a value for the future.
I can confirm the same for the same industrial sector that we fish it, because obviously they're governed by the local laws and regulations here. They're all Seychelles registered.
Okay, we'll take one final question from SPA.
Good afternoon, everyone. Panel, thank you very much for this very insightful discussion. My name is Zenze Marimba from Seychelles Ports Authority. I just wanted to touch base on Mr. Mudida's point regarding freight. As you have rightly said, freight is a major concern, and sometimes it can rise in a sharp manner that affects imports and exports across the board. So SPA, what we have done on our end, earlier this year, we have engaged with 2 shipping lines, new shipping lines that are not operating in Seychelles, with hopes that freight will gradually decrease even further, hopefully, through increased competition as well. So the 2 shipping lines we have engaged with is MSC, which is currently number 1, and as well as Pacific International Lines. So we do hope that in the future we will have more competitive freights, especially when we'll have hopefully larger vessels as well, as we are anticipating as part of our whole port extension project. Thank you.
Okay, so this ends our panel discussion. So I would like to thank all our panelists for their valuable contribution. In terms of the next steps, I suppose we should take these insights forward as we continue to shape the future of the tuna industry in a way that delivers prosperity for our people, resilience of our economies, and also stewardship for our resources. So thank you all very much.
A big thank you to our moderator and panelists for another eye-opening session. Please join me to give them another well-deserved round of applause. Okay, so now lunch is being served. We invite all participants to enjoy the meal and continue networking. We'll resume at 2 p.m. for our next session. Thank you. ready? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I hope it was enriching and lovely. Now we will move on to session 3 on technology and IUU fishing. In this session, we explore how technological innovation is transforming the fight against IUU fishing, one of the greatest threats to marine ecosystems.
Thanks to stronger regulations and regional cooperation, illegal fishing in Seychelles waters has significantly decreased, protecting both fish stocks and the livelihoods of legal fishers. Using AI-powered analytics and satellite tracking, Seychelles can now detect and respond to illegal fishing more effectively than ever before. Blockchain-based traceability systems provide full transparency from ocean to market, boosting consumer confidence and regulatory enforcement. Through regional agreements and shared surveillance technology, Seychelles ensures that tuna stocks remain sustainable across the Indian Ocean. With real-time satellite monitoring, AI-driven vessel tracking, and regional cooperation, Seychelles strengthens its fight against IUU fishing, protecting its marine resources and economy for future generations. By leveraging the latest advancements in fisheries monitoring, Seychelles sets an international benchmark for sustainability, ensuring that the ocean remains abundant for generations to come.
To begin, we invite Mr. Roddy Alisop, Head of Department for Monitoring, Control and Surveillance at SFA, for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Welcome again, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. For my presentation for today, I will be discussing about the three case studies whereby countries have used technologies successfully to combat IUU fishing. Before I begin, I would like to bring out and discuss why we recognize IUU fishing as a global threat to us all. As IUU is recognized as activity that undermines the national, international laws and regulations, and it have a direct impact on economy, sustainability, and security globally. But with new technologies, we are able to monitor and detect and enforce the activities worldwide. With the new technologies, we are able to reduce cost that traditional enforcement we were using before. Like for the patrols and aerial surveillance, we are doing patrols, but it's costing a lot of funds to be able to do the activities. And with geographical limitation, we are able to use satellite to identify areas where fishing vessels are. And then we are also using satellite to identify tracking like AIS and VMS. With a new tech solution nowadays, we are able to use drones as well, coastal drones. And then with the further developments, we have long-range drones that are able to do more patrols in the long run, and it will reduce the cost for area patrol by using the AI. We have the blockchain framework that we're able to do transparency and traceability for catch from sea to plate. And then we have the AIS analysis that we are using on modern platforms nowadays to be able to analyze all the big data that the FMCs or MCS departments are collecting. And with those new developments, technology can boost enforcement precision and accountability. For the case studies for Indonesia, the success stories is based on transparency and satellite tracking. As in the past, since 2014, Indonesia made headlines for burning IUU fishing vessels, but the main victories are related to transparency and satellite tracking, where they have published position of VMS data of IUU vessels. And this they have done it through a public platform, which is the Global Fishing Watch. And their strategies were to ensure that they expose vessel movement publicly and to ensure that vessel knows that people worldwide are monitoring them since the platform is public. And result, they have found that since 2025 to 2020, they have noticed a reduction of 25% of IUU activities within their waters. And for Chile, they have a platform, integrated platform, which is similar to a fusion center. What they did, they took all their assets and merged it in one platform, so they can manage it in one area. So they can able to use VMS, radar monitoring, satellite imagery, and real-time port inspections, PSMA. And then for collaboration, they are doing it through the exchange as well, of sharing information, using the asset from Fisheries Department and the Coast Guard as well, and all applicable agencies, which can assist them to do rapid intervention and reduce illegal activities swiftly. For the case study for the Chile, it's based on the when the navies were doing patrols, when they identify IUU fishing vessels, they were taking days for them to apprehend the vessel. With the new integrated system, now they are able to apprehend the vessel within a few hours. And the impact of the system is for the fastest, to increase fast response again and decrease IUU fishing violation. For Ghana, the success is based on community-driven tech. They are using a mobile-based app, either through WhatsApp or DSAE, and this they are given to the fisheries community, and the fisheries community report on IUU activities when they are at sea. And this is stored in a database system, and for their success stories is related to fishers, most similar like the Seychelles one when we identify IUU fishing vessel. The fishers identify the fishing vessel, and then they take a photo and send a message directly to the app, to the authority concerned, and then the vessel are intercepted. Their platform is based community empowerment and ensure that they have high participation from the fishers to strengthen monitoring and compliance. For the next slide, it's related to common success. As you can see, all the three case studies has a similar factors that are driving their success. One is political will, the second is open data access, 4 is partnership, and 3 is officer capacity building. Limitation and challenges for technology solution. Some limitation we may have by using the technology, it's the cost and maintenance to keep the system running. High expenses that restricted the adaptation of sustainment, data overload, excess data requires strong analytics capacity. We have legal constraints, judicial issues, funding and support, long-term political financial commitment. These are the factors that were identified that may create a challenge to keep the technology up and running, especially if you're running a long-range drone program. It may cost a lot, so you have to do it in phases. For Seychelles opportunities, based on technologies, right now we have system in place, but we need to enhance them. Through the NICC, we have a fusion data center that we are sharing information through. They have the Windward. They are using NGO platforms from Skylight and Global Fishing Watch as well. SFA is using similar platform except for the Windward. We have the VMS, AIS, and SAR imagery that we're able to locate fishing vessels, especially dark vessels. Now we're able to track the fishing gaze. We are as well working on pilot test project for long-range drones that we are looking into to find the cost that will be implicated in this type of drones. On top, we will find the prototype that we are discussing, and then the EZ zone of coverage that we are thinking about patrolling. And this schematic is based on a 2 drones operational plan for 1 week. And then we have number 4, regional coordination, which we engage with regional organizations like SADC, Indian Ocean Commission, IUTC, and CIOFA. Conclusion, based on the analysis, we note that IUU fishing is an activity that continuously to evolve based on tactics, and authorities need to continuously upgrading their system as well to able to keep up with the activities. By using smart and targeted enforcement tools, we're able to achieve that. And our goals is to achieve sustainable and legal and transparent fisheries. Next step for Seychelles, we need to assess the technology needs that we need to enforce the gaps, and then keep on developing partnerships by engaging with providers and regional bodies, and then continue to test pilot projects and scale up the success by expanding effective program for lasting impact. This was my last of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alisop. Let us now move into our panel, moderated by Mrs. Caris Bell, MCS Manager at the Seychelles Fisheries Authority. I would now like to invite our panelists to join her on the stage, please. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this afternoon's important discussion on technology and IUU fishing. So once again, my name is Caris Bell. I'll be your moderator, and it is a privilege to be part of this conversation that sits at the intersection of innovation and enforcement. So these are the two powerful tools needed to fight IUU. We know that IUU continues to undermine our efforts for sustainable fisheries management, and in response, technology has rapidly become one of the most promising frontiers in deterring, detection, and enforcement. So we've seen from Roddy's presentation, excuse me, that satellite monitoring, EM, AI, and a few other things with the integration as well as blockchain traceability, so is key to such development. So today's panel brings together our IUU experts, each with unique insights into IUU fishing activities. So I look forward to dynamic discussion So let's dive into introducing our distinguished guests. So first we have Captain Edwin, so who, with his bravery and wealth of knowledge, is one of the ship commanders in many of the IUU operations led by the Seychelles Coast Guard. And we also have Yannick, so with his valuable and legal and technical expertise, Yannick is leading the development of the Fisheries Bill, so which is a critical key reform for our fisheries sector. We have Captain Gérard Onpo, who's a director for NISCC. So along with Captain Edwin, he is one of the key stakeholders we have at heart in our efforts to combat IUU fishing. And Ms. Corinne was of the State Council from the AG's office. And then we have Mr. Gérard Domain. He's the compliance manager at the IOTC, and who's a veteran in all MCS matters. And he guides us, and he has a very strong presence in both in the regional and national scene. So welcome, everyone. So the first round of question would be, I'll start with Captain Constance. So can you elaborate a little bit for us? What types of technology or marine domain awareness tools are integrated into the Coast Guard patrol planning to deter IUU fishing, and how do they improve operational efficiency?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the question. So in Seychelles Coast Guard, we usually work in partnership with the Seychelles Fisheries Authority in terms of using the VMS feed from them, and also use our Civision AIS also. And these are basically the basic tools that we use in terms of monitoring what's ongoing at sea in terms of maintaining our maritime domain awareness. But we also have other platforms that we use, such as IORIS. We do keep a watch on Mercury. All these are messaging apps that helps us to work in collaboration with our regional partners also. Because as we all know, it's a regional effort, so what we can miss, they can help us in identifying these targets. And normally also, we do depend a lot on our local fishers, because they are the eyes and ears when they are doing their fishing activities. And we have good collaboration with them. They're usually the first one that alerts us when there is an illegal activity, not necessarily IUU yet, but they just alert us so we can have a better response to that. And we also in talks. Right now it's sort of in the brainstorming part to look at other targets that are not being found, because the point is to monitor what you cannot see. Because normally the AIS, VMS, it will give you targets that are being seen. They use a satellite-based application, but we want to monitor targets that are not visible on VMS and AIS. And to do that, yes, it will cost a lot, because we are talking about implementing new AI into this, such as AI RIS, which is good at finding dark targets. And this itself, there's a lot of data that is being gathered. And once we can get all these AI tools to work, to interface together, we can have better data analytics, which will, in terms, reduce the amount of time that we can pinpoint to a specific target. Like I said, it will cost, because using satellite imaging also, it's really, it's not something that's really cheap, because in our case, we want to focus in certain areas. And I believe it's about $2 or $30, depending on which company you contract this to. It's usually between $2 or $30 per square kilometers. And that also, there's also the factor of resolution. There's also the factor of good quality imaging that will influence the price. But this is still in the brainstorming stage, and hopefully maybe by the end of this year or next year, we can start something being built upon that. But relying only on VMS, AIS, we need to evolve from that. Because those fishers also, they know which tool we are using. So this is why we at the Coast Guard, we are trying to move to the targets that are not being identified by these tools. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Constance. There's a lot of insights there. And excuse me, Yannick, but I think in line with conversation, it would be right to ask Captain Onpol. Captain, are you fishing, not just in tuna, but in the fisheries, often involves sophisticated illegal operations? Do you think intelligence platforms are effectively addressing these activities?
Thank you, Karis, for the question. Currently, there's a lot of developments being made in terms of intelligence sharing. However, I feel we need to make the distinction very clearly between intelligence and information. Law enforcement, when we're sharing information with civil entities, we tend to like to use the term information sharing. And there are quite a bit of information sharing platforms which has been developed. Captain Constance has mentioned a few. IORIS. IORIS is one platform which is developed and funded by the EU through the Crimario program, and majority of countries within the Indian Ocean and even in the Pacific have now implemented the IORIS information sharing platform within their operations. So these types of platforms allows better access to countries between each other, but also what we've done nationally is implement this type of platform within all the agencies. So what this does is it allows us to share information or intelligence, if we want to call it that, a little bit more rapidly. The other platforms which are used, IORIS is just one. There are certain information which certain agencies or certain stakeholders tend to choose to do it different ways. Some of them might opt not to go through these intelligence platforms or information sharing platforms. They opt to share it bilaterally. I can see, for example, as the director of the National Center, there are certain parties and certain entities that opt to share the information on a bilateral basis. So they do not want to go through third parties to share that information. So in terms of platforms, digital platforms, this is where we are at. But also we need to recognize other efforts which are being undertaken. We have regional mechanisms which are being established, which is also quite important in the context of intelligence sharing, information sharing. There's, for example, under the Indian Ocean Commission, there's quite a few of these mechanisms, such as the MASI architecture, which establishes the two regional centers, the Regional Coordinations Operations Center based in Seychelles, and the Regional Information Fusion Center, which is based in Madagascar. So these centers is now forming a key foundation of our maritime security operations, which we are mounting within the region. But also we have other initiatives, such as the Regional Fisheries Patrol Program, I believe it's called, the PRSP in French. And there is now the push to institutionalize the PRSP. And I think it's important that Seychelles is a member of both the regional architectures and also the PRSP. It's important that as a member state, we also push towards these mechanisms that we form part of, do share information between each other, because it's important that we avoid and this happens quite often in law enforcement, in operations, that sometimes the left hand doesn't know what the right is doing. So we need to be very careful and make sure that all the efforts we undertake in terms of establishing these platforms for sharing information, for coordinating operations, are all sharing information with each other. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Major, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. You've had a key role in planning majority of our missions, especially when it comes to detection. How do you see AI fitting into the future of our patrol missions and all that?
Well, AI is something that, as the minister this morning touched briefly upon, one of our key issues in Seychelles is human capacity. Not human capacity in terms of skills, but we are a very small country with very limited human resource. So it's quite difficult for us to get the ideal amount of people we need to work with. So the NISCC, being the organization that works with a lot of the government entities represented here today, we do a lot of analytics of what goes on within the Seychelles Exclusive Economic Zone. So we are monitoring a lot of the platforms that Captain Constance has mentioned, that Roddy has mentioned, the VMS, Civision. We have additional platforms like Windward. And one of the thinking now is to push more towards integrating AI. AI allows us to do more with less people in some circumstances. And this is particularly true in the case of analyzing what's going on within our EEZ. At any moment of any day, there's more than 200 vessels going through the Seychelles Exclusive Economic Zone. And it's quite difficult for me to have 2 people sitting down and sifting through each and every one of these vessels. So platforms such as Windward, which we have integrated in our daily work, allows the analyst to set certain criteria on what they want to be alerted on. So this is now becoming one of the key tools we're using, but I'm looking at it in the perspective of analytics, but there is also, I know, certain efforts to integrate AI in drones, which extends the range of your drones, whereby you do not have to control it. The drones operate autonomously based on certain criteria which is set. So these are all ways for us to extend our range, extend or do more with less. But in the end of the day, as Roddy mentioned in his presentation, it goes back to the factor of cost. And I know over the past years in Seychelles, we have considered a lot of these technologies, but the main factor that keeps holding us back, we can say, is the factor of cost. So this is in terms of technology. But we should also be very careful. Technology is not necessarily the silver bullet to our problems. It is also important that as agencies we maintain that contact or that relationship with the local community. We do get a lot of information from local community. The local fishermen are quite territorial in their fishing areas. So we get a lot of information from them. So we also need to make sure that whilst we're looking towards investing in technology, we also pay attention to keeping our relationship with the local community so that they can also understand that it is in their benefit to feed us with information that reduces or deters illegal fishing activities.
Yes, exactly. So striking the balance is always key here. Thank you very much, Major. And Yannick, our legal advisor from SFA, you've been at the forefront of our fisheries bill being developed. In the context of the rising use of electronic logbooks and electronic reporting, how can Seychelles' legal framework evolve to integrate technology-based solutions for identifying and prosecuting underreporting in tuna fisheries?
Thank you, Caris, for the question. With regards to IUU fishing in Seychelles, I think most of the time we're more familiar with the illegal aspect of IUU fishing. So this is mostly vessels fishing maybe without a fishing license or in contravention of the terms and conditions of their license. But with regards to unreported fishing, this is a bit harder to detect and harder to prosecute. And with the new fisheries and aquaculture bill, which is coming into, hopefully, which will be discussed in the National Assembly this month, it'll bring about a bit more flexibility in terms of technological use in fisheries management. Just to highlight some of the features, for instance, in the bill, we introduced electronic logbook, which was not covered under the previous legislation, not previous legislation, the current legislation. And furthermore, we also recognize electronic monitoring system and electronic reporting systems. And these are all technologies that are becoming at the forefront of fisheries management and which are helping us in this fight against IUU fishing. So with regards to technologies as well, so mostly we were used to satellite-based system, for instance, VMS and AIS. But now with EMS, it brings on a new layer to IUU fishing, which can hopefully address this component of underreporting or misreporting. And a lot of the panelists have touched upon AI, and this is where we can also look into the integration of AI into our systems, because as many of you are aware, there's a lot of data that we have to go through. And for instance, our EMS officers, they have to sit and go through a lot of footage and a lot of reports. I suppose AI could be one of those solutions whereby it could, as Captain Won have said, it could help us to minimize the amount of time and increase our efficiency. But with AI and technology, of course, there is the legal side to it. So there's the issue of authenticating this evidence. So if you've detected an offense or possible offense, how do you authenticate this information? And then how do you go through the legal process of admitting this piece of information through the court system so that it can help prosecute and hopefully secure conviction. So in addition to this, so AI and all of the technologies comes at a cost. And it also, we do have the issue of human capacity. So these are all things that we need to consider when we are going through that transformation.
Thank you, Yannick. Speaking of the court system, Ms. Rose from the AG's office. So you've played a pivotal role in prosecuting a lot of our IUU cases and holding most of the offenders to task, accountability. So in terms of technology and enforcement and prosecution, so what legal reforms are needed to enable the effective use of emerging surveillance technologies and digital data in prosecuting serious IUU fishing cases, especially involving foreign flagged vessels?
Thank you, Karis, for the question. In terms of legal reforms, basically, I will say there's not much to be done in terms of legal reforms. As the law is already there, it's a matter of how we use the evidence law that we have. Yannick has touched upon the admissibility of these information, of this data in court. So the law of evidence is already clear about it. We are already using digital evidence in court in other matters. And we've used it also in fisheries matters in terms of VMS or AIS. But in terms of the new emerging technologies that are now appearing, I will say that we have to use the same legal framework that we have and use the same systems to fit in the same framework. For example, in terms of evidence law, we just need to be able to show the authenticity of that new technology that has been used, the chain of custody, and expert validation of the data. So these are the requirements that we need to show to the court for that information or that data, digital evidence, to be accepted into the court. So once we've able to do all of this, then it will be easy for us to use that information from the emerging technologies into the court system. But of course, when something is new, it's always, at first, you will have difficulty or some pushbacks when you are introducing changes or new ways of proving the offense in the court. But I am looking forward, actually, for the new Fisheries Act that hopefully will become in force this month or in the coming months, with the new aspect of technology involved in the new act. It will basically strengthen what we already have in terms of proving the elements of either illegal fishing or underreporting of fisheries. And something else that I also want to point out is in terms of shared surveillance data and digital information, either from the local center or the regional centers. These are very powerful tools that we have in terms of detection of these offenses. But if we want to have a legal finish or a successful prosecution, we need to think further in terms of how do we turn these data into evidence? Because the data for us prosecutors, as it is as raw data, it is useless for us prosecutors unless we are able to turn them into evidence that can be admissible in court. So this is something very important to bear in mind. Especially if we get the surveillance data from regional centers or from a foreign jurisdiction, then the legal process for us to be able to use these information, it becomes a little more complex, as we have to do mutual legal assistance for us to be able to use that data in a court system. So it is good for the detection and for maybe intelligence sharing, but if we want to take a step further in terms of successful prosecution and bringing the culprit to court, we need to be able to use that data, turn them into evidence that can be admissible into court. I've stated the mutual legal assistance, but also if the information is from our local centers, like the director of NISCC has stated, we do have those facilities here. So then it is upon the center or the actors, basically, or SFA, for them to be able to transform that data in a manner that can be used in court, like in a report, or show the extracted data, how did you manage to get the data, the process of how it comes about and everything, in a way that can be used in a court system. And something else that I also want to point out, as lawyers or even judges, not all of the lawyers or the judges are very well versed into the maritime domain. And sometimes when you are bringing these new technologies and this new system, and you're trying to adjust it in the court system, you might get a lot of pushback because most of the judges don't really understand this system. So it's great, it's good that we are moving into a more technology-driven way of doing things and having this new system being AI-driven or even those drones. But capacity building for the people who are about to take decisions, enforcement, or use these information from these systems to take decisions at the court, this needs to be built upon as well. In terms, for example, of maritime surveillance system and data analysis, there needs to be more capacity building for the judges, the prosecutors, and even the law enforcement agencies. Some of them might not be well versed with this maritime surveillance system. So it is difficult for you to present something in court as evidence or to use it as evidence if you do not understand how the system works. So in terms of technology into detecting IUU in Seychelles, for example, it is something that it is inevitable. We will have to move into technology, into AI as the world is progressing, and even the fishermen, the vessels are also well versed with the current system of VMS and AIS. And I can say at some point, it is not becoming redundant, but they are becoming more clever and intelligent of how to bypass those systems. So we also need to move to a higher level in terms of new technology, but we just need to know how to integrate it very well into our court system. Thank you.
I think in terms of bridging the gap, if I may add, I think our Captain Constance was one of our instructors. There recently was interagency collaboration where we had the Attorney General's Office, Coast Guard, and the SFA having seminars on IUU cases and starting from boarding all the way up to prosecution. So there was this collaboration, which was very fruitful. Thanks to we had a lot of insights there. So I think this is one of the steps forward, learning each other's work and seeing where we can go from there. And the integration of AI, of technology as well, understanding what we do, it's key steps forward. We'll get there. And last but not least, we have Mr. Domingue, our compliance manager from the IOTC. Does IOTC have any plans of developing and implementing technology-driven compliance strategies to strengthen the regional fight against IUU fishing in the Indian Ocean?
Thank you, Caris. As you know, I'm from the Secretariat. The IOTC is made up of its membership, so the Commission are the members, and I see the Seychelles Commission sitting right in front there. These initiatives really should be coming from the member states. The Secretariat is not mandated to come with initiatives, and normally when we do try to come with initiatives, we are pushed back. So this is something I want to put to the conference, and maybe Seychelles can do something about it. But in terms of technology, the IOTC is still way, way back. We're talking VMS only. VMS was first introduced in 2002 as a pilot project and adopted as a measure in 2006. And we still have countries that do not operate a VMS, although it's legally binding for them to do so. We do have a lot of discussion ongoing regarding opening the scope of the use of VMS. We have a discussion talking about having a regional system. And this is something that dates from 2019. So 6 years down the line, we are still talking, no firm action being taken. In terms of the scope, even that, the Commission is finding it a bit difficult to make headway. One, we have members that are convinced that the IOTC agreement itself is outdated. It doesn't allow for certain countries to share VMS data. So this in itself is an impediment, and to get around it or to get consensus for such an agreement, you would probably need to revisit the IOTC agreement, and as many of you know, the agreement, once you start touching it, is going to take many years. So this is a challenge in itself. Now, with regards to other technology, I note that in the last year, the mention of AIS has made its way in measures adopted by the IOTC. It does not mandate, but it recognizes that there is use of that type of data. From a personal opinion, I'm not a fan of AIS. I see it making its way very much in fisheries management. I'm not a fan because for fisheries management, we know that the tool is VMS. And why do we look at AIS is because some flag states do not carry their responsibilities. So what we do is we are always pushing the goalpost to accommodate for irresponsible flag states. This is something that I recognize. This is something that many responsible fishing nations recognize, and it's something that maybe should be made more public. So having countries that cannot take their responsibilities and allowing their vessels to venture beyond their jurisdiction is an irresponsible act that no matter how much technology you bring, you will find challenges with that. I appreciate the point that was made with regards to admissibility of VMS evidence into third jurisdiction. The recent measure to strengthen the IUTC VMS resolution does exactly that. It does not recognize third country information as such, but it recognizes the need for third countries to cooperate and share VMS information. What that will allow, and my colleagues from the Coast Guard may agree on that, it will allow for greater detection and faster interception. But now, if you don't have actual fishing activity going on, you would probably need to rely on that VMS data. If it's not admissible in court, you're in a conundrum. So again, it's always trying to find the balance. But I do recognize that there are benefits in using some of the unconventional tools. Thank you.
Thank you. Truly profound, I think, insight there, and a lot for us to consider and food for thought as well. So with that, I think I'm going to pull a page out of Sherifa's book. My last question is a general one, and you, in one sentence, please, your answers. So if you had the power to introduce one technology-based solution to immediately strengthen enforcement and compliance against IU fishing, what would it be? Let's start with you, Captain.
So if I had the chance to introduce one, AI.
AI, one technology.
So I will use the system from AIRIS and interface it with VMS, because AIRIS provides a good quality data in terms of speed and also real-time data, which is something that is crucial to, in my perspective, because we handle a lot of operations, and this is driven by timely data. And I will use AIRIS to interface with VMS, which VMS actually gives a lot of data. If you know what you are looking for, it gives a pattern of life, everything. If you can just implement that, it will be easier in terms of manpower, which is a problem in every sector. You don't have to be here. You just have to put the criteria that you need, and then it will just flag off anything that's not according to your usual. Yeah, so this will be one of my
That does
AI.
sound good. Thank you, Captain. Yannick.
Maybe this one is not really applicable to the industrial fisheries, but I would fall back to the VMS, because we are still, especially like for the smaller scale vessels, there are still vessels operating without VMS, and this is one of the fundamentals of fisheries management. So I will say VMS at this point.
Major.
Thank you. On my side, it won't be one.
Yes, I figured.
It would be two. We have a really big need for more satellite monitoring. So I'm not talking about VMS. I'm not talking about AIS. I'm talking about satellite imagery. We already do have some support, but there are certain areas which we are more concerned with that are not necessarily covered. So we definitely need more satellite imagery support, but also something that we've been talking about many years in Seychelles. Acquisition of drones is something that is a very big need. As I've said, it would really enhance the range of the Coast Guard, and both of these things together would allow us to, with our limited resources, our method of operation needs to be intelligence-led operation, targeted operations in areas that we know has illegal activities. We are doing it to a certain extent, but these two things would further enhance that capability to really do targeted operations
So more
in areas
more
known.
risk-based rather than that. Yes, it sounds
Thank
like
you.
I think interagency-wise, this is something that could benefit of us agencies, law enforcement agencies. And Ms. Rose, what about you?
As a prosecutor, I would say the more the merrier. But if I will have to choose, I think I will also go with what Major Wong Pula stated, satellite imagery. Because when you are presenting a case in court, if you have the imagery, you know, it's like the judges, they can physically see what is happening, the footage and everything. It is more helpful for us. So, yes, satellite imagery will be the one for me.
And Mr. Domingue?
For me, it'll be multitasking of electronic monitoring systems. As it is within the IOTC, the mandate is for science use only. So extending that to compliance MCS purposes would be very, very useful. Thank you.
That is very interesting. I think this is the end of our discussion. It's been very interesting and very, I think I keep saying the word insightful, but it is exactly that. And there's certainly a lot for us to consider and to take on board, us as interagency between SFA and ISCC and the Coast Guard and the compliance part of the IOTC and the prosecution, of course, which takes it further. So there's a lot of work to be done still. And we look forward to keep on working together. I think that's one of the key things. We've got a good partnership. The interagency collaboration is there. But with the inclusion of technology, we can take Seychelles or our national law enforcement to another level. So thank you, everyone, for your attention. Do you have any? Sorry, excuse me. Is there any questions from the public, please?
Good afternoon. My question is, what percentage are we covering when it comes to our surveillance of EZ? Is the whole EZ being covered, or are there any blind spots or areas that are difficult to monitor when it comes to illegal activities, and how? Thank you.
Okay. Guess Major will answer that one.
Thank you for your question. In terms of physical coverage, I wouldn't even venture so far to go as to even 10%, to be very honest. And this is quite common with every naval force, every country. You never have enough physical assets. And how we compensate that, we have 100% coverage through AIS monitoring, VMS monitoring. Satellite monitoring would be about 25% maybe. We can request for additional coverage. So we have a fairly good coverage in terms of monitoring of the EZ. The Coast Guard has certain stations on outer islands which further extend the physical coverage through radars. So that already exists. Then again, these things are not used in isolation. All these different systems, these different platforms are all interconnected, and once you planning your operations and as I said, getting more satellite coverage, drones, this allows us to do those what we call targeted operations in areas known to have certain illegal activities. But also now, countries of the region are moving away from operating in an isolated manner. That's where the regional centers come in. We've had joint operations down in the Aldabra, Comoros region, where we've had friends, we've had Comoros, we've had Seychelles, doing joint operations covering that area. So these are areas where we know through intelligence that we've had in the past, through reports and activities that we've seen, we know are susceptible to illegal activities, and we tend to put much of our focus there. But through these electronic monitoring means that I'm saying we have about 100% coverage through these systems. We do have that ability to see what's going on in our EZ. But we need to also be very conscious that we have that need for physical patrols, which is where the Air Force comes in. So the Air Force does a bit of physical patrols, because in the end of the day, these systems can be switched off. So this is where we have what we call dark vessels, dark activity that happens quite a lot by vessels conducting illegal activities. So that physical patrol is still an aspect. But to answer your question more directly, in terms of electronic monitoring, we have 100% coverage. We have certain added capacity through satellite imagery, which is not that much, but it still supports. But we have a good idea of what's going on within our exclusive economic zone.
But it's the physical side. We can't cover 1.4 million square kilometers physically. That would be impossible. So next, any other questions?
Thank you, Karis, and thank you to the panel. I'm curious as to now with another added layer of the Marine Spatial Plan, has the conversation happened with regards to integrated approaches, either it being for fisheries, prosecution, but also now MPA protection? So I'm just curious, has that conversation already happened where these agencies are coming together to discuss another added layer of responsibility? And perhaps, also integration more specifically. So let's say there would be a need for additional surveillance of protection areas under the MSP, but also within fisheries. So there would be an added layer of responsibility on the fisheries sector because of the zoning. Perhaps maybe has that conversation of integration between approaches happened to actually maybe cut costs and have a better extensive area of coverage? Thanks.
Thank you.
Answering all the questions.
There has, to answer your question, there has been very extensive discussions since I was the operations operations officer at the Coast Guard. I remember since the start of the Marine Spatial Planning project, there has been extensive discussions with all these partners. There have been countless meetings which has taken place, and this topic, this exact subject that you've mentioned in terms of how are we going to monitor these areas, which we are putting we're being more strict in terms of what can happen in these areas. So that conversation has already happened quite a while back, and it's still happening. In fact, the most recent conversation relating to that was what capacity do we need to build for us to be able to have that coverage and to be able to enforce the rules that we are imposing in these areas. So I can tell you for sure there has been quite extensive discussions that have taken place.
So in terms of
we're still discussing, Minister. It's not conclusive per se. We're looking at how we can further build on what we already have. For example, some of these designated zones are already in areas where, for example, the Coast Guard has radar stations. So it's just a matter of exploring how are we going to establish further monitoring. The biggest issue for us that remains right now is if we do detect an illegal activity, how do we physically apprehend these people doing these illegal activities? So there is that need we're already there in terms of monitoring. It's just that physical capacity that we need to build, and this is the biggest topic of discussion that we have in terms of we've found someone doing something illegal. How do we arrest them? Can we reach there in time, bringing an asset all the way from Mahe to, for example, Farquhar or Assumption? So this is one of the biggest considerations that we're trying to figure out how we're going to do so.
And yes, of course, Minister.
To what extent is Seychelles fighting this battle alone, or are the other countries of the Indian Ocean and the MASE programs and such, are they actually pulling their weight or not?
Minister, that's thank you for the question. It's a question I need to tread very carefully, so as not to really offend some of our regional partners. In terms of the regional architecture, it is well known Seychelles is one of the leaders in implementing the architecture. In 95% of operations which has been done under the regional architecture from 2020 up to 2024, Seychelles has been a participant of these operations. So we've participated in 95% of operations. There are countries which, for a reason or another, they have not been able to really participate, and it's due to different reasons. Maybe it's asset availability. Funding is provided, so all countries under the agreement benefits from funding from the EU for operations they conduct under the regional architecture. But we have done, for example, that operation I mentioned in Assumption and Comoros. It was a successful operation in terms of we were able to detect certain activities which we didn't know were occurring. The main issue we have is for these countries to action on what we send them. For example, if, to go back to that operation, we found a Comorian vessel which was fishing illegally in Aldabra. We sent that information to Comoros, but we're not sure whether any action was taken on it. We are happy to know now, for example, with Madagascar. Madagascar is a country that now we see is very proactive in terms of trying to deal with their fishermen that's coming to the north to fish illegally that within our EZ. So there are countries that are more proactive than others. I won't say that the architecture is not effective. It is effective to a certain extent, but there's still a lot more that other countries need to do. And one thing that Seychelles we're trying to push is to make these countries understand that whatever we do is in the benefit of the region. I know we're here to talk about illegal fishing, but if Seychelles does not deal with the issue of piracy from the north, this issue will come down all the way down to Mauritius and Madagascar. We're trying to make all these countries understand that we're pushing a lot, we're doing quite a lot for the safety of the region, but they also need to contribute and be a little bit more proactive in supporting what we're doing.
I think the last, sorry, Minister, but I think the last, Captain, you had an input. Yes.
Yeah, just to touch base on what the Major was saying in terms of being physically present to apprehend those people conducting illicit activities. He gave an example. If we got the information and we have to deploy a vessel all the way to the outer islands. Having said this, I've once personally been in operations whereby these fishermen do have our newspapers. They know everything about us. And to their demise, we already had a vessel down there. So these people, they know the loopholes. They know when to come, when not to come. And we also, we are working, I think next week there will be a meeting with the NIS's director where we want to implement patrol because we have now understand when they are coming into our waters. So given that it takes time, 2 days, 3 days tops, depending on the weather situation, to reach these areas. So we want to at least have a forward operating floating operating a base of some sort. So what that means is at least we have a big enough vessel over there who can sustain 1 month patrol, and then with them we can have a small attack craft. So when the Air Force, they conduct their maritime patrol surveillance, and they detect these illicit activities, our response time will be much quicker, and we can get at least the physical evidence, not that they throw away, because most of the time they throw it away, and that itself is a big loss for us. So we want to at least be there, because now we understand their pattern. When they come, when they not come, where do they go? Actually, we know that. So we are working on to be there when they are there. So it's just a work in progress, and I think we can do it if all agencies come together and work together. Yeah.
So I think law enforcement is a very difficult task, and albeit the expectation is very difficult. But panelists, thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure to have you. So thank you very much.
A sincere thank you to our panel for sharing such critical insights. We will now take a short coffee break. Please return at 3:30 for our final thematic session on transparency in the tuna fisheries. Thank you. Good afternoon. If everyone could go back to their seats, please. We are about to commence. Oui. Okay. For our final session, we turn our attention to the Fisheries Transparency Initiative and its role in driving accountability and sustainability in the tuna sector.
By openly publishing data on its tuna industry, Seychelles ensures responsible fisheries management, protecting both its economy and marine resources. Through FITI, Seychelles provides regular reports on fishing agreements, vessel licenses, catch volumes, and revenue generated from the tuna industry. All foreign fishing agreements are publicly disclosed, ensuring Seychelles' marine resources are managed responsibly for long-term benefits. By publicly disclosing vessel license information, Seychelles makes it easier to track and verify legal fishing activities, reducing the risk of IUU, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. By championing open data and responsible governance, Seychelles leads the way in sustainable fisheries management, benefiting both people and the planet.
We begin with a presentation by Dr. Karen Young from the FITI International Secretariat.
Good afternoon, Minister, Principal Secretary, CEO, ladies and gentlemen. It's always very difficult to speak last, so hopefully this won't be too boring and I won't put you to sleep. But just give me a show of hands. Other than in the last 5 minutes, have you heard the word transparency at least once today? Yeah? Everyone's heard it? I didn't see any hands go up, so I'm not sure. Okay, so I take it that everyone heard the word transparency. So then I have the very easy task of explaining how do we enhance the sustainability of the tuna fisheries through transparency? So I won't go through the agenda because I have a very short presentation, thankfully. So just understanding transparency and what it means for sustainable fisheries management is not easy to explain, or I found it in the last year or so that I've worked for the Fisheries Transparency Initiative, that it is actually quite difficult to convince governments and the public in general that how does transparency actually impact sustainable fisheries management. So we've heard from the video that there's the public availability of information, specifically making laws, policies, data, and decision-making processes accessible ensures that all stakeholders, governments, industry, and the public, can actually monitor and understand how fisheries resources are being managed. So secondly, transparency requires the proactive publication of critical, up-to-date data sets, such as catch volumes, fishing licenses, vessel registries, and management measures. This facilitates oversight and supports science-based management. And we've heard a lot throughout the day. Different data sets have been presented. We heard Minister Joubert actually questioning how accurate these data sets are, and this is the importance of actually having information in the public. And this is really what we want to stimulate, the sort of critical thinking or asking ourselves, how is this data published? Is it actually reflective of what we know is happening? And this is where transparency can benefit sustainable fisheries management. Thirdly, Sustainable governance depends on clear rules that are consistently applied and reported. This reduces confusion and the risk of selective enforcement. It promotes trust and compliance. And finally, which is a very important point, I will speak about the FITI in a couple of slides, but this is an extremely important point for us, is that transparency depends on stakeholder inclusion. It is very easy to make data available, but it's much more difficult to have stakeholders sit around the table and ask themselves, is this data accurate? Is it this data what we want to see, or are there gaps we have identified? And this is really something that Seychelles has been doing quite well through the National Multi-Stakeholder Group. So effective transparency is not just about publishing data, it's about enabling participation. So it's the inclusion of all the different stakeholder groups to ensure legitimacy and collective accountability in managing fish stocks. So briefly, I hope all of you in the room have heard about the FITI. We know that there are many different organizations dealing with transparency, but very few, or probably FITI is the only organization that deals with transparency in fisheries management. So we have transparency in compliance. We know that there's Global Fishing Watch, Sky Truth, Exact Earth. For traceability and the supply chain, we all heard about the MSC, Friends of the Sea, but we don't know of any other initiative or organization that deals specifically with transparency around management of fisheries by governments. So the aim of the FITI is to increase public availability and credibility of basic information on a country's fisheries sector to support participatory governance. Now, I think it's really important to say here that the FITI doesn't say whether a country's data is accurate or is credible, but what it does do is it asks countries to set up the framework that can have, and that's through the National Multi-Stakeholder Group, that can have this scrutiny over the data. So as you can see on the slide, we deal with 12 thematic areas. So the FITI standard the first FITI standard was established in 2017 when the FITI was actually set up, the international secretariat of the FITI was set up in 2017. We are now this year in the process of reviewing the FITI standard, and as you see right now, there are 12 thematic areas, but this is not an exhaustive list of what governments should be publishing data around. I mean, what might be glaringly missing from the standard at the moment to some of you, and we've heard this mentioned throughout the day, is climate change, for example. And this year we're hoping in the revised standard to include information about climate change that governments should be publishing. So each country should have a national multi-stakeholder group because the FITI is also about an enabling environment. It's not just about countries, again, publishing data. We do need to have an enabling environment for stakeholders to be able to participate in decision-making. And again, we know that Seychelles is the first country that became FITI compliant and has shown leadership in terms of the implementation of the standard. So what is actually the role of transparency in enhancing tuna fisheries sustainability? So here, this is not an exhaustive list. I've just tried to show what are the most important things, at least to us in FITI. So in terms of strengthening governance and accountability, we know that, and we've heard about this throughout the day, which is great sometimes to be the last speaker. I can talk about things that others before me have said or highlight these issues. Transparent access arrangements can ensure that foreign fishing agreements are fair, publicly known, and equally beneficial. I mean, recently, FITI, I represented FITI at a meeting for the African Union SIDS platform, and one of the points mentioned by the new chair of the platform, which is Cape Verde, was that having all these countries part of FITI, and we're proud that most of the countries on the AU SIDS platform, other than Mauritius, are part of the FITI, and including Madagascar actually, have made all their foreign fishing access agreements transparent. And that makes it easy or should make it easy for us to compare what are the terms and conditions of each of these agreements. And earlier it was mentioned that Seychelles probably has the biggest and most important agreement. So I think for our our other colleagues from the SIDS, this might be an example for them to follow when they're negotiating or renegotiating their agreements. It can also avoid underpricing access and prevent unsustainable overfishing driven by hidden or poorly monitored deals. Secondly, enhancing data availability for informed decision-making. I don't think I need to spend too long on this point, but I think it is important to note that many countries lack publicly accessible information on fishing licenses, vessel registries, catch data, enforcement actions, and this can hinder effective fisheries governance. So public reporting of catch data, vessel movements, and enforcement action also allows for better scientific assessment and quota setting. And really, from a regional or international perspective, this is especially important when we're dealing with regional cooperation. Again, I won't say much on this because we've heard from the previous panel as well how we can have stronger regional cooperation, but also how is information sharing important for this. We did hear that Seychelles has been bearing a lot of the work under the architecture. That's the only word I can remember as well. That's stuck in my head now, the existing architecture. And just remembering then what Major Wong noted, that sometimes I suppose it is good to have information, but also perhaps too much information. I don't know, this is a question, could that be a bad thing as well if you're sharing too much information? In any case, we know that cooperation amongst nations can facilitate the sharing of best practices, harmonization of regulations, and joint efforts to combat IUU fishing. And finally, in terms of improving market access, this is a bit more opaque, but for sure, transparency can ensure that potential investors at least have adequate information to be able to assess the country's sector if they are thinking or considering to invest in a country. So FITI in Seychelles, we're missing the most important picture there, which is a picture of Minister Ferrari, actually a statement from Minister Ferrari in 2022, where he says that it's not only politically smart to have fisheries transparency, but it is also politically beneficial to have fisheries transparency. And I think that was well highlighted again in Minister Ferrari's intervention this morning. So, as you know, Seychelles has become the first FITI-compliant country, and us at the FITI International Secretariat, we do use Seychelles as an example when we are talking to other governments. I mean, we note especially that when we just started out with Seychelles, in the first FITI country report, not all foreign fishing access agreements were public. And we have here an extract from the Seychelles news agency article where it says Seychelles and Taiwan sign new fisheries agreement, and in there, P.S. Claris is quoted to have said that the renegotiation of this agreement, where they removed the confidentiality clause, also gave them a chance to improve the terms and conditions of the agreement. So this is one example that we use quite often when we speak to countries, because not all countries are very forthcoming with wanting to make their foreign fishing access agreements public. Secondly, Seychelles has shown innovation in terms of implementing a fisheries information management system. And I am very proud to say at the FITI International Secretariat, we have taken inspiration from the FIMS, and we have now received funding recently this year to develop what we are calling a fisheries information system. So it's not a management system as such, but it's a system where we can offer countries that don't have a website currently in place or have a poor website, is to offer them a system where they can actually publish their data in line with the thematic areas of the FITI standard. And finally, Seychelles again has been a leader in terms of integrating FITI in their Open Government Partnership OGP action plan. And there is an OGP Challenger Award currently happening or currently open for submission, and our friends from OGP have informed us that many countries are submitting, and hopefully potentially including Seychelles, they're submitting for the award, and they're including FITI as part of the reason why they feel that they should be provided with this Challenger Award for Innovation. So that's it from me. Oh, there we go. I needed to. Well, it is quoted in the Nation, Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Let us now move into our final panel this afternoon, moderated by Mrs. Daniela Larue, consultant and FITI compiler. I would now like to invite our panelists to join her on stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for sticking it through to the end, and welcome to the panel discussion on thematic area 4, which is transparency, enhancing transparency in tuna fisheries, the role of Fisheries Transparency Initiative. Your moderator today, I'm Daniela. Right now, I run my own services firm. I provide a range of services, including consultancy in the area of compliance and governance. And my claim to fame is that I've written a couple of FITI reports on behalf of Seychelles National Stakeholder Group. So today, I am honored, actually, to be moderating this panel and this discussion, because today amongst us, we have actually two institutions. We have Mr. Philippe Michaud. I think for local participants, he needs no introduction. I will call him an institution because as a career civil servant, he's possibly been the longest serving CEO of the Seychelles Fisheries Authority, 16 years. He's now consultant to the Minister for Fisheries and Blue Economy and has been chairperson of the FITI National Multi-Stakeholder Group. Well, the only chairperson for 5 years. So yes, and he is also currently the co-chair of the Joint Commissioner of the Technical Committee responsible for the joint management area of the Seychelles-Mauritius Joint Zone of Jurisdiction of the Extended Continental Shelf. A mouthful, but as you can see, he's an institution. Mr. Roy Claris also, I think, deserves not a lot of introduction. He's also well known in the local fisheries industry, has been Principal Secretary for Fisheries since 2021. His career spans over 35 years, and a large part of that he's worked for regulators, the IOTC and the SFA, before becoming Principal Secretary. Welcome, Mr. Claris. Dr. Karen Young, you just heard from her, our very young and very feisty regional manager for the African region, and from the FITI Secretariat, a fisheries economist. So welcome. Dr. Jan Robinson, who was appointed the CEO of SFA in 2023, but also with a long career over 25 years. in the fields of fisheries research and management, and he also headed the research at the SFA for about 10 years, from 2001 to 2011. And finally, we have another institution in the civil society domain, and this is Dr. Marie-Thérèse Purvis. Needs very little introduction, also very active member in civil society, and she's also a member of the FITI NMSG. Her background is in education, but you know, amongst her claim to fame, she was one of the first members of the Electoral Commission of Seychelles, and also the Truth and Reconciliation and National Unity Commission, or TRNUC, as we all locally know it. So I'm really honored to have all of you with us this afternoon. Our discussion will center on Seychelles' experience now that it is fully FITI compliant. There are many lessons, I think, for us to be learned, that we have learned, and that we need to share. And this afternoon, to help us do that, our panelists will walk us through different aspects of their own experience with this FITI journey. To start off with, I would like to speak to Mr. Michaud. I want you to, track for us the evolution of transparency, the transparency journey for the Seychelles fisheries sector. And also, I think we'd like to hear from you some of the major challenges that the NMSG faced on this journey. And if you could also, I think, tell us, how does transparency, in your view, ensure that governments are held accountable for sustainable fisheries management? Yeah, if it's not too much.
Thank you very much for the nice words. Good afternoon, everybody. I think I'll start with some water just in case.
Okay.
Well, I think much has been said about transparency today. Most has been said. So I will just add a few bits and pieces. Frankly speaking, transparency in fisheries is nothing new, really, in Seychelles. When the tuna fishery started in 1984, the commercial tuna fishery, we made sure that we had most of the information on the catches, and this information was published regularly. We had great support from scientists from Alstom at the time, and also the Spanish scientists. SFA also published economic data. So now, to talk about FITI briefly, is that in 2016, government made a commitment to join the process. And that was really a process, because FITI had just started. It had strong support from the FAO and some NGOs. And so with the industry, with NGOs, civil society, etc., they worked on the transparency principles as well. And in 2020, Seychelles formally asked to join FITI. So basically, we created the National Multi-Stakeholder Group. We had a small group at first, and eventually we increased it because we thought there was a need to be more inclusive. So, and in 2023, there was the first FITI validation. Seychelles, the FITI International Secretariat, recognized that Seychelles had done quite a lot, and we got the qualification of having made meaningful progress, Well, that was good, but not good enough, really. And in 2025, February 2025, we finally became FITI compliant. Now, you mentioned the challenges. Well, before I talked about the challenges, I must say FITI would have never really got off the ground in Seychelles if we had not received political support of the various governments. And I'm also glad to say that with our present Minister for Fisheries, we got full support because Minister Ferrari, as he said before, is that he wants Seychelles to be fully transparent as far as fisheries is concerned. Some quick challenges. One, we have a secretariat. And it's no, I don't want to exaggerate things, but the secretariat is not really a big thing. It's only one person involved, spending perhaps 10%, 20% of the time looking after FITI matters. But even that, initially, it was quite difficult. It was quite difficult to get that support. But I'm glad that recently we've had full support and good cooperation from the Bleu Economy Department. And Nathaniel, who unfortunately is not here, is looking after the secretariat, and it's not a full-time job. So that's one. The other one is about the National Multi-Stakeholder Group members. Initially, government appointed members, because it's normal, it just started and so on. But since a year ago, we had an expression of interest for new members in civil society and the industry. And I think this has helped a lot. I mean, even though we've had, and we still have, members who were there from the beginning, for example, from the industrial fishery, this expression of interest brought in new blood. And you could see more enthusiasm and more ownership for the progress, for the process. But the other one, the other challenge is resources. Obviously, we have no resources. Members who participate do it for free. And voluntary, that's right. And I'm sure they will continue to do that in the future. But we need some resources because we need to do more advocacy. We need to go to the public. We need to go to the different stakeholders. We have to be more imaginative. Even though the National Multi-Stakeholder Group has come out with 5 reports, but it's not always easy for the public in general to understand what's in it. We have to take transparency to another level. It's not only government preparing data, giving data, and saying, giving us a pat on the back saying, well, we've got fantastic data. But we need to try and, it's complicated, we need to try and involve the stakeholders. Perhaps we have to make the data more exciting, more interesting. For example, we need to have more socioeconomic data. We need to know, or they need to know, what does the tuna sector bring to the economy? How is everybody benefiting from it? And it's great to say it's important, but you need regular, up-to-date information. So, and I think that's going to be a big challenge. It should not be, though. It will be good for government. It will be good for the industry. Because at the moment, very often I listen to the TV and radio and so on, and you hear, the IMF, World Bank, Central Bank talking about the economy, and they talk about tourism. They don't talk about fisheries. But yet when COVID was there, without the tuna sector, without the fishing industry, well, the country would have been in a mess. You know, we talk about problems in Europe, about, you know, how it could affect tourism. But what about the impact of the stocks, climate change, and so on? So I think we need to come with hard facts. And we need to, there's no need, we should not speculate, you know. Hard, cold facts, put it on the table, and everybody will see exactly who benefits. And it will help the government also to come up with policy decisions. Because you need facts to decide on how much resources you're going to spend on such and such a sector. So that's a bit in a nutshell.
Wow, that's a really broad nutshell, but thank you very much. It's also very rich, I think, for everything else that's going to that I'm going to be asking our panelists. But I'm going to not stick to protocol. I'm going to go to Marie-Thérèse, because you mentioned something about stakeholder participation and inclusion. And what Mr. Michaud is telling us is that, you know, we need to up our game. And in his words, now one of the areas we need to up our games is in this area of making all this information which is generated actually meaningful for the public, all the stakeholders. So I want to ask you, how has the preparation of the Seychelles FITI reports and their dissemination increased public engagement and really contributed to informed public engagement? So that was my first question. And then my second question is, how can government ensure the quality, accuracy, and consistency of the data being shared publicly? Yes. Yeah. Over to you.
Okay. Well, I represent civil society on the National Multi-Stakeholder Group, and I can say that in terms of preparation for the FITI reports, for me personally and other civil society members with whom I share the information, the reports and everything, we've learned a lot about what is going on in the fisheries sector. However, there are aspects that could certainly work better, like Mr. Michaud says. How does this information get out there to the public? At the moment, not very far. Because the reports are quite substantial, technical, we can't expect, although we give copies to SEPs and copies are sent electronically to all the media, to various departments, Bureau of Statistics and various other partners, but are they read by people? There is that issue as well. There is also a summarized form of the report, which is quite easy to read, but again, they are also sent out electronically, and they are not readily accessible to people. In fact, I was at the National Library a few days ago, and I asked them whether they had a copy of the FITI report, and they said no, they hadn't seen it, surprisingly. So next time I'm at your office, I will come and get copies and take it to them to make things go quicker. What we could do, for example, I'll just give a couple of examples, is produce a leaflet version of the reports, for example, the summarized report, version of the report, produce a leaflet copy in Creole. We can get help from the Creole Academy to do that. I'm also a member of the Creole Language Committee there, and we can do that quite easily. and then put that out to people. Another possibility would be for the Blue Economy Department to call a meeting, to have a meeting with all representatives of fishers associations from the various districts. There are quite a few, they're quite active, I think the department knows who they are. Invite them to a meeting, just like it was done for the pension proposal where the ministry met up with people in the different districts. I'm not even suggesting district level meetings, but that the leaders of the fisheries NGOs in the various districts could come to a meeting and have this information passed on to them. Also through the media. The media, people did admit that they don't have time to read long reports, so again, maybe a leaflet format of the information could be helpful. So that's for the first one. The second question, how can government ensure the quality, accuracy and consistency of the data? Well, we've heard, I think, through all the various presentations this morning that there is an issue. We do have an observer program for the fishing boats and so on, but how well that functions is another matter. And it sounds like there are quite a lot of weaknesses in there. Similarly, for electronic satellite tracking and information like that. So that is also, it seems, rather limited. So with the result that a lot of the information is self-reported from the tuna fishing boats, and how reliable from their logbooks and so on, how reliable is that information? I have personally heard of stories from people who have been observers on the boats where they've said that what is called bycatch is chucked back into the sea because there wasn't enough space to store the fish on the boat, because the space was taken by the tuna, and that's their priority in any case. And also that a lot of the sharks and turtles and other fish that is not targeted, not tuna, by the time they get to the boat, they're dead in any case, or half dead, and they just get thrown back in the sea. All of that information is not there. And in the FITI report, that's the sort of thing we would also like to focus on. And one of the standards, of the FITI standards, the state of the fisheries resources, it would be good to be able to report on these aspects. Also, another aspect to report on would be the quality of the fish. I think, well, there was mention of plastic pollution, microplastics in the sea. There's a lot of it, as we know. There is another project, actually, where a ship called the Plastic Odyssey is coming to Seychelles later this month. It's got labs on board. It's been checking. It's a Commission de l'Océan Indien project. And some of us in the NGOs, we are connecting up with them and doing the training and so on. And what they are saying is that if we don't do much about the plastics, microplastics in the sea right now, and the amount of plastics going into the sea still through fish nets, fads, all sorts for the rubbish that gets thrown in the sea. I'm mentioning those because they are related to fisheries. And there will be, by 2040, there will be as much microplastics floating in the sea as there are fish, as there will be fish. So think of what we're eating when we talk about the quality of the tuna in the tins and so on.
Okay.
This should also be an aspect that is reported on in the FITI reports.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Purvis, because you're now going into what more information we could actually consider in future reports.
Yes.
But thank you for the issues you raise with public participation and providing information to the public. But in doing this, I mean, this is being very bold. You know, Seychelles is taking a very bold step to actually put its information out in the public domain. So my question to Mr. Roy Clawis is, despite the benefits of transparency, we might resist, we may resist disclosing sensitive data because we may be concerned about revealing information that could affect the competitiveness or the competitive advantage of the country, of Seychelles. There is also the benefits. The benefits is with one of the exposing IUU fishing and also traceability and certification. So my question to you are, so what are the challenges of data disclosure in tuna fisheries, particularly regarding concerns about revealing sensitive information that could affect the country's competitiveness? And how can transparency initiatives complement existing sustainability certifications and help foster greater market access for sustainably sourced tuna?
Thank you, Daniela. Good afternoon, everybody. I think one important statement that Minister made this morning was that transparency is good for business. And from the panel discussions that we've heard this morning, even during the panel discussion on traceability, on economic benefits and trade, we heard about certification and the reasoning why it is important to be transparent, because by being transparent, it actually provides consumer confidence. It gives you better market access. And knowing that nowadays we have very conscious consumers who wants to know exactly how the fish was sourced, where it was sourced, and from whom. So for us as the ministry, as government, putting out this information in the public domain does not affect the competitiveness of the country. Rather, I think it gives more confidence to the consumers, to the producers, and even to the local population as well. Because like previous speakers, even previous speakers have said, sometimes people make assumptions because they do not have the correct information. Of course, in all information, you will have information that are of sensitive nature. There are information that are commercially sensitive information that even from the operator's point of view, you would not want to disclose. Because for us, when we disclose information in public domain, as in terms of the FITI requirements as well, as much as possible, we try not to identify the individual, but the reports are made in terms of aggregated data. What are the amount of catch made by fleets? This is the level that you go down to. What are the economic benefits that are derived from each agreement or each specific fleet segment, but not to identify the individual operators. But in terms of the challenges of this is that if you are going to produce or to publicize very detailed commercial information, it might even affect not only for the country, but also for the local, for the operators themselves. Because operators, as for example, fishing vessels, when they go out to fish, at the moment, the reporting requirement is by grid. So they report by personas 1 by 1 degree square, longliners 5 by 5 degree square. And if you go and look this on a map, it's quite a big area of reporting. But this reporting requirement, in fact, has been even contested amongst other countries, even in IUTC, as recently as early this month, during the IUTC Commission meeting. There was one resolution on data reporting, which dates back 10 years ago. And it is about reporting data by 1 by 1 degree and 5 by 5 degree square. there was a requirement to have finer scale reporting data, and even some countries resist to do that. Probably they fear that this will affect their commercial competitiveness as well. But for us, we see it as a means to publicize that whatever we have, whatever we're doing, there is no fear of sharing it to the general public, basically. But in terms of the challenge of having this data for management purposes, the more data you publish, of course, the more people will talk about what you publish, because you can basically make informed conversation on the data that you have. But sometimes the challenge is that the data that you have can also be used against you, because it can be either misinterpreted or misrepresented. So this is sometimes some of the challenges.
Thank you very much. And again, on this issue of challenges, for Dr. Yan, I have more or less the same question, but more, FITI promotes the sharing of information about tuna stocks, fishing practices, and other vital information, and the SFA has been like the key government institution that has been providing that information. So what are the challenges that government agencies like the SFA face in providing and maintaining open data on tuna fisheries, and how can international organizations or initiatives like FITI support these government institutions?
Okay, thank you, Daniela. I think Philippe touched on it a little bit at the beginning of his intervention. I think SFA, which has obviously been there for nearly 41 years now, has always invested resources in data collection. I think from a very, and data management, of course, from a very early stage, I think those that were responsible for establishing SFA, Philippe being one of them, knew the importance of data, and be that for the tuna fisheries, which was one of the main impetus or incentives for investing in SFA. A lot of resources went in data collection. And I mean, and we're talking about tuna fisheries today, but people don't sometimes appreciate that we have one of the longest running globally data collection systems for small scale fisheries in the world. And it's an extremely powerful tool for decision making. And I think the same goes for tuna. So in some forms, we've collected, managed, and published data on the tuna fishery going back a long time. Now, of course, that data was not always in the most accessible format. We tended to produce very long technical reports that were full of tables and very difficult for anybody who wasn't a fisheries statistician to actually get in and benefit from that data. So I think one of the things that FITI has done has allowed us to see over time how we can better make that data accessible. And I think we talked a little bit in the presentation about the importance of FIMS, for example. FIMS was, even before FITI was started, people were starting developing fisheries information management systems, and there was one at SFA. It was always seen as being the ultimate goal, was to take all of this information that we had and put it in an accessible online data management system such as FIMS. So it was a priority to get FIMS running in parallel to FITI, and I think over time we will hopefully see FIMS becoming the natural source of information for compliance with the FITI standard. But again, still this data collection and data management costs money. Every year the amount of reporting requirements that SFA has goes up as more and more resolutions are passed in IOTC, and every year we have to invest more in doing that. And every year we have to invest more in ensuring that we're compliant with those resolutions. Now, on most fisheries, you would hope to aim for a degree of cost recovery to pay for all of that data collection, data management, and data reporting. And thankfully, obviously, in tuna fishing, through the sectoral support and the access agreements that we have, we're able to bring in the resources that we need to invest in the data collection. And then that allows us to subsidize data collection in other fisheries for which we don't have the same levels of cost recovery. But you know, I think the challenge going forward now is to say, okay, we're investing in all of this data, we're making it publicly available, but what now, where is the benefit? Not just in terms of what others have discussed today, which is decision making, the role involving stakeholders in that decision making, but also in seeing the commercial benefits for that as well. I see, you know, for example, FITI is applied really to government level, whereas certification schemes are applied at the fishery level. But however, even in the Common Fishery Standard, the MSC, in Principle 3, there is, which is a governance principle, there is indicators and targets for transparency. Now, would like to see come out of all of this is that at some point the FITI standard becomes the go-to requirement for fisheries seeking certification, MSC, or if not FITI, then an equivalent standard to show that governments are ticking that box. We've had discussions recently, for example, with retailers who are very much becoming more influential in how our tuna gets to markets through their associations, and what they see in terms of the FITI standard and how that could help a country like Seychelles export its tuna to those markets is going to be critical in the future. We really need people to be seeing that all of this investment we're making in being transparent, is underlining or underpinning our credentials of sustainability and helping us get access to markets. Okay. And I think then that comes back to SFA and justifying why we need to keep investing more in the data collection that's needed.
But my follow-up question would be, do you have any concerns, though, that continuously putting information out there could potentially expose weaknesses in fisheries management? Do you have any concerns along those lines?
You have to break fisheries management into the two aspects here. So we're talking tuna fisheries. Fisheries management is at the IOTC level. Okay. Now, fisheries in the IOTC, of course, we face this very perverse situation right now where many coastal states, not so much distant water, but many coastal states do not report anything to IOTC. And they are not the focus of NGOs or civil society. The focus of NGOs and civil society is the most compliant, data-rich fishery in the Indian Ocean, which is the purseine fishery. So, of course, by making that data available, we are inviting that scrutiny. But, of course, we've got to make sure that we're ready. If we have got weaknesses, okay, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But it's how it's used. It has to be used in the right way.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now talking about adoption and challenges, moving on to Karine. My question is, FITI adoption comes with challenges. So are there incentives for countries and companies to engage in transparency? Also, how can FITI influence the future of tuna fisheries management on a global scale, especially in view of the increasing pressure from climate change, which we heard this morning, and overfishing?
In terms of the challenges of FITI, I mean, we do treat each country as being very obviously having a unique context, and as much as we can generalize in terms of saying small island states, we see even in Africa that the small island states are not equal. Seychelles is a highly developed country compared to when you're thinking about Sao Tome and Principe or Cape Verde. So we, at the FITI International Secretariat, we do bear that in mind, and we provide different levels of support for different countries depending on a needs basis. So as I mentioned earlier, and I won't go into much more detail because Jan also talked about the FIMS, I mentioned the Fisheries Information System that FITI is developing. We find it really difficult when we're approaching countries that already have many challenges and lots of different priorities where transparency is, let's be honest, probably not the top priority in these countries. So we really have to incentivize them more than just saying that, oh, transparency will help improve your governance or fisheries management, when that in itself is very difficult, as I mentioned earlier, to explain in very tangible terms. So what we have started looking at internally this year is how do we communicate better the benefits to countries? And one of the points that we now can talk about is the provision of this fisheries information system, because this will be provided free of charge to countries that need it. So as I said, countries that don't have an existing website or have very poor websites, it is a very easy way to make fisheries information available, because at the moment we're doing that through physical country reports that probably are not very, as Mrs. Purvis mentioned, not very known about and not read as much as they should be or not used as much as they could be. And that's a challenge, unfortunately, that we probably can't do much about. I mean, you can put information out in the public, but it's also, there needs to be an appetite from the public for the uptake of this information. So other than providing the free fisheries information system, so basically to tell countries we're not only asking you to publish data, but we're also helping you. We do provide some financial support for the setting up of, for example, the National Multi-Stakeholder Group. Mr. Michaud mentioned maybe in Seychelles there's not the same requirements for, or there might be some need for financial support, but again, it's not the same as we're talking about Tanzania at the moment, where we have mainland Tanzania, Zanzibar. They're at least a ferry or a plane trip apart, so we need to think about cost of getting all these people in one place when we're talking about a multi-stakeholder group and equal participation. So we do also provide this sort of support. But I think in terms of thinking about tuna management, the one thing I want to say is that I completely agree with Jan that we are really trying our best. We have different partnerships with different organizations. I mean, I'm not sure we've approached the MSC to make that the go-to for the transparency principle, but we are in conversations with many international organizations, and in the OACPS declaration at the ministers' meeting last year in Tanzania, FITI was mentioned in there as encouraging countries to be more transparent by adopting the FITI. And that's something I would really like to see at IOTC level, for example, because you've rightly mentioned the issue we do have is that countries tell us, okay, we're going to be providing information, but this person there who's also involved in the same fishery is not doing that. So it is also, we encourage countries to really push for that. And again, I have to, not only because I am a Seychellois, but I have to also acknowledge that Minister Ferrari is always a very good advocate for FITI in any platform he gets. I know he talks about the FITI, and we encourage other countries to do the same and to ask their neighbors to join. And we see this happening. I mean, in the Gulf of Guinea, we see that there's a domino effect, and this is probably what's going to happen. We're going to have one country join in an area, and then that quickly means other countries are joining, or at least these governments can encourage other countries to join.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we take some questions from the floor? Okay, we'll take some questions from the floor. I have somebody here in front.
Thank you for this very interesting, stimulating discussions. There are a lot of, we all think that transparency is key for any kind of management and, open to the public, that everyone knows exactly what's happening. I heard mostly transparency about the general information, the numbers, the figures that come up from the analysis, and then as a tool for a better governance. But I'm just wondering if your work goes upstream. I mean, at the start where the data are collected. So the data collection protocols, the way the data is processed, cleaned up, because I went through a few data sets and sometimes it's not fully satisfactory. There is always room for improvement in any fleet fisheries country. But how far your scrutiny of the transparency goes? Does it include all these protocols? Because this is essential in terms of accuracy of the final figures.
Thank you very much. So, Karin and possibly Jan, do you want to add something after? No, Karin?
Thanks, Francis. That's a really good point. And I mentioned that we're reviewing the standard at the moment because at present, under the current standard, they're not required. But the whole point of reviewing the standard now, when we've had 12 countries join in the implementation process, we do realize it's very difficult for a layperson sitting on an MSG to understand a figure. And I mean, we heard again this morning how accurate it is. Is it 90% logbook or based on that, or is it a different type of system? So as part of the revision of the FITI standard, we are going to ask countries to at least provide a succinct summary of how they collect data or how the data is analyzed, because that will help understand also the accuracy of the data. And on that point, I just wanted to make another note. We spoke about, again this morning, I heard about policy coherence, and the same applies for that. Many countries have many different objectives under various policies that don't necessarily make sense when you look at it, or I wouldn't say make sense, let me rephrase that. They're contradicting. So you would have something, for example, a country wants to increase food security, but at the same time then also promote export and increase value from export. So we also want countries to go a step further and think about how their national policies are aligned, or what are their national policies. And again, this will help, I suppose, also for governments to understand that perhaps even between ministries, I mean, when we're thinking about climate change, maybe between ministries, policies might not exactly be aligned. So this is something that we are considering under the revision of the standard.
We have another question here.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to challenge perhaps the idea that transparency is good for business. That's perhaps sometimes, I mean, secret is good for business too. I mean, how far do you go in terms of for economics? Because I remember, for instance, in France, the canning industry used to deliver a lot of information, 50 pages every year of information. And at some stage, I mean, the bargaining power was so much in favor of the retailing sector that they were using this information against, of course, the canneries. So how far can we go? Because catch and effort are collected everywhere, but as far as economic and socioeconomic data are concerned, I mean, you have really poor records. Even prices, which is very basic information, is really hard to collect or to have access to. So how far do you go in this socioeconomic field?
So who would want to answer this? Mr. Claris, from a policy viewpoint.
From a policy perspective, just as a concrete example, like Daniela's question earlier was that whether it is bad for competition or not. We publish all our fisheries agreement, access agreement, with all foreign countries. It's there in the public domain. We specify how many vessels can fish, what is the license fee payable, and what are the other terms and conditions. We firmly believe that if all country does this, then it is good for business. Just as one example, we have the Sustainable Fisheries Partnership Agreement with the European Union, which Delphine touched upon this morning, and she touched upon the Environmental Fund. The Environmental Fund was something new in Fisheries Partnership Agreement. It was introduced when Seychelles negotiated the agreement in 2018 or 19, I believe. And because we were transparent about it, it's there. The vessel contributes towards environment and marine conservation and cleanup. Subsequently, In all other negotiations for fisheries partnership agreement with the European Union, all of the countries have put this in their agreement. And in fact, this money is contributed by the vessel operators themselves. So it is good for business. The vessel operators are helping in cleaning the ocean as well from marine debris and pollution. And even for us, when we look at other agreements that are published, of course, we will try and take out what is the most beneficial from these for us. So it is, for us, we see it as something that is reciprocal. Of course, your competitor will always try to get as much as you, but then again, it depends on how good you are in getting the best deal out of it. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? No? Okay. Well, just to finish off, I have one statement to all of you. Last year, we had a presentation with the media, and a journalist actually challenged Mr. Michaud. He says, oh, well, this FITI, it's only a report. So how useful is this report? So my question is, how useful is this FITI process and the report at the end of the day? So to each of the panelists, I'm putting this question to you.
Premise that fisheries, our fish resources, belongs to all of us. And it's not only for government to manage it, it's also for us to know what's happening. It's also important for the industry to know what's happening. So I think it's the more, if you have all the stakeholders involved, and if we profess good governance, then nobody has got to be worried about it. And those that are doing good, I think the public should know what's happening, you know? For example, if you take the tuna sector, or be it the canning factory, be it the tuna industry in general, I think it's very important that we have a good socioeconomic study to know who benefits from it and who does not benefit from it, you know, and where we can improve, you know.
Okay. Mr. Clarice, so the journalist's question was, what does the report change? So you're in policy making.
I think from a policy perspective, the report brings all the crucial information that you want in one concise report. Like Jan said, SFA has a long history of data collection, but before that, it was spread over the place. And even if SFA was publishing its annual report, probably it was not as comprehensive, where you could have sort of a summary of the main aspect of all the fisheries, be it industrial, semi-industrial, artisanal, number of people employed in the sector. So we, from a policy point of view, we see it very useful to have a very summarized overview of the sector, and we can also actually monitor the performance of the sector through this report.
Okay. Karin, I'll come to you last. Jan, how useful is the FITI report at the end of the day? Because that was the question that the journalist asked. So I'm now asking you.
Okay. I think as we've come to recognize after 5 years of publishing the report, it's a means to an end. And the end is that ultimately the information that is needed to meet the FITI standard is available through tools like FIMS. But of course, the FITI standard is not, I would say, exclusive to the data that FA can provide to FIMS, so that maybe the other aspects of the FITI standard are covered by maybe other national data sets or online databases. So hopefully this pathway that we're taking now to FIMS and the full realization of FIMS, the FITI report has enabled us to get there and to understand more clearly what needs to go into FIMS and other databases.
Thank you, Marie-Thérèse. What does it change? What does the report do? So
Well,
I'm
I
asking
would
you
have
her
said,
question. She said, what does it change? So
I would have said to the journalist that fish is food to people, and food is a basic requirement of people, and therefore it is very, very important that we know what is in it, what is involved in the production of fish, in the catching and processing and production of fish as food. And the FITI report, with all the information that is in there, enables us to do that, at least up to a point, to be able to get such information about what we're putting inside our bodies in the end.
Thank you. Karin, finally. So what does it change? She asked that question.
I don't think it's a means to an end. I think it's a means to more. And again, quoting one of my favorite orators, Minister Ferrari this morning said, transparency leads to accountability. And this is not a government report. This is a report from on behalf of the National Multi-Stakeholder Group to the public. So it is up to the public now to uptake this information and question government and hold them accountable to what's in the report. This is what the report is meant to do. So this is what the journalists should be doing.
Thank you very much. Yes, Minister, of course. You may.
Thank you. When you are transparent, you show what is good, but you also have to show what is bad because you are transparent. So when somebody is checking you out, they see the good bits and they see the bad bits, but they don't see the bad bits from those organizations that don't report. They will find bad bits about Seychelles, but only about Seychelles. They won't, I won't mention other countries around the Indian Ocean. But let me give you an example. Last week, there were 2 journalists who were in Seychelles, and we know them. They don't like us, and they were sniffing around. And they were looking for a fight. So what we did, CEO and myself, we wrote to them saying, you can have everything you want, you can access anything, just call us, give us your details, give us your accreditation, and tell us what you want to talk about, and we will entertain you. They disappeared. They disappeared because they got an answer which is not what they wanted. They wanted an answer which says, no, we are not going to share anything with you. We're not giving you an interview. So these are, and similarly last year, in the second half of last year, there was how do you call this organization? The famous one. No, not the Blooms or the Blue Marines, but the Greenpeace. Yeah, came down this part of the world from the Omani coast right through the Seychelles. They wanted to go to the Saad Mala Plateau. They went. We opened the way. We allowed them to go in there, and they never wrote anything. There was nothing that we were hiding. So what I want to say is we have here examples where you are transparent, where you have nothing to hide. Journalists don't come. Because journalists I was one myself in my previous life. I was 20 years a journalist. And good news is not news. Bad news is news. So we don't have any bad things to report. So we are, in a way, safe. So that's why I like FITI. They put the facts out there, and if some people don't like it, well, don't like it. That's tough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on that note, I wish to thank all the panelists and also the audience. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you to all our speakers and panelists for such a compelling wrap-up of today's core discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, we approach the end of our conference. I would like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to the EU through the Sectoral Support Fund for co-sponsoring today's event alongside the Seychelles Fisheries Authority and the Seychelles Investment Board. A special thanks goes also to Dr. Julio Moron for the opening video. Your generous support has not only facilitated these valuable discussions, but also demonstrated your continued commitment to the sector. I would also like to take a moment to thank our presenters, moderators, and panelists for sharing their expertise, insights, and experiences. Your contribution has sparked important conversation and valuable perspective that will shape the tuna industry. I would like you now to also join me in giving them a well-deserved round of applause. Before we wrap up, we'd appreciate just a few minutes of your time. If you could complete a short post-conference survey, a link will be displayed on the 2 exit screen for your feedback. And now, it is my honor to invite Mr. Roy Claris, the Principal Secretary for Fisheries at the Ministry of Fisheries and the Blue Economy, to deliver the closing remark. Please join me in welcoming him. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good afternoon to all. It's been a very long day, but I hope you all appreciate it. It's been a very productive day on our discussion of steering tuna sustainability, the theme or topic that we want to ensure that our tuna remains sustainable for future generations to come. It is unfortunate that there is so much to talk about on tuna fisheries, but unfortunately, our time is limited. We are now coming to a close of the conference. We started the conference on sustainability. We spoke about confidence in the stock assessment. What are the parameters that are taken into consideration? What are the uncertainties? Inclusiveness of stakeholders from government to the industry, and we firmly believe that it is important that the stakeholders always play a crucial part in the tuna fishing industry, but that does not rest only with the local stakeholders, but also the local community. In fact, the tuna industry in Seychelles, there's one Creole saying that always say, "Nous tournons par là-dedans," means that we all have a share in it. And it is equally important that we all play our role to ensure that we maintain the sustainability of the stock. Of course, there are challenges. We've heard about challenges, local capacity within the authority, the need for more scientists, the call for the industry to assist us in training our scientists at grassroots level in fisheries management and fisheries science. We've heard about the threat of climate change. What would happen in 50 years' time to the migratory tuna? Will Seychelles still remain the hotspot for the tuna industry? Or do we have to look into diversification as well? If we cannot maintain our stance as a fishing nation, can we diversify into value addition and diversification of products? We've addressed issues of trade dynamics and socioeconomic, and the importance of certification and traceability in the sector. And we've heard how important traceability and transparent is for individual businesses as well. We've also heard about the economic benefits of the fishery that it brings to Seychelles, and also the importance of not only the economic benefit, but also the social responsibility that comes to it. And it is very important that whilst we take care of the stock, we take care of the industry, we also have to take care of the human aspect of the sector. Employment on board fishing vessels. We've talked about the ILO Convention, the Working Fishing Convention. How do we improve on these social aspects? How do we create more incentive for people to come into the sector? There has been mention about labor unavailability of freezer container. How do we think of deriving more businesses. And even Minister in his address this morning, he did mention that whilst we have this conference, it should not remain as planned. It should be actions. And I think there has been a lot of recommendations that has come out of this session today that we can derive concrete actions for further benefit of sustainability and the economy and greater share of the prosperity from the tuna sector for all of us. IUU remains a threat, and we need to fight together to eradicate IUU. We've heard Major Wongpool mention about how the fishermen at sea are our eyes on the ocean. It is the case for our local semi-industrial fishermen. I would like to call on our industrial partner to also open their eyes and share it with us. We need all this collaboration and cooperation. We cannot fight IUU alone. It is a global scourge. It is a scourge in our region. We need the collaboration and cooperation. We may have all the technical tools that the legal counsel might want to prosecute cases, but what is most important is the regional collaboration and cooperation, and also the interagency cooperation. This is of vital importance. And finally, we've heard on the last session, of which I was also a panelist, on the importance of transparency. Whether transparency will make us more competitive, less competitive, expose our weaknesses, but it can also expose our strong points. So I think we should not fear transparency. Seychelles has been declared the first FITI-compliant country in the world, and I think even if we haven't been declared the first compliant country, it does not stop here. Now we have to maintain this level of transparency and also improve, because even if we were declared the first country to be transparent to FITI standard, we still have some weaknesses that we need to improve. So it's part of the progress. So in my closing remarks, I want to also thank all of you who have stayed with us throughout the session. Particular thank you to our stakeholders that have traveled from afar to come to our conference. We note that yesterday was the Labor Day, and it's a public holiday all over the world. You did sacrifice this to come and spend it with us, and we are grateful and we are very appreciative of this. I want to thank all the panelists that participated, the moderators, the presenters, and of course the supporting team that has facilitated our events today. But last but not least, I would like to thank the organizing committee. I have a very small and dedicated team in the ministry, and I would like them to stand up. Director General for Fisheries, Sherifa Morel, Senior Policy Analyst, Stephanie Radigon, our Trade Officer, Sean Padayashi, and our Economist, Maggie Moustache. I would also like Wilna Emmanuel, Miss Wilna Emmanuel and Tanya Vidot, if they're in the room, to stand up. And Mr. Dongo Matumbo. It's this very small team that has prepared, in fact, initiate and prepared this very impressive conference that we have today, and they deserve a big round of applause. Thank you. And of course, I cannot end without thanking our minister for allowing us to have this event, and for his support, and staying with us through his busy schedule throughout the conference. With that said, let me declare our Tuna Conference closed, and I would like to invite all of you for a small refreshment outside of the room. Thank you very much, and safe journey back home for you who have traveled.